There are places in this world where secrets aren't just hidden, they're guarded. Deep beneath the marble halls and sacred chambers of the Vatican lies a history the public was never meant to see. Ancient texts locked away from scholars, unexplained disappearances, cryptic symbols etched into forgotten architecture, and stories, many stories, that hint at truths far stranger than fiction. These aren't internet myths or fringe speculation. These are well-documented anomalies, buried within one of the most powerful and secretive institutions on Earth. From the forbidden archives said to house evidence of early extraterrestrial contact, to suppressed prophecies and relics that defy theological explanation, tonight we're uncovering the most unsettling and unsolved mysteries of the Vatican. Mysteries that challenge not only our understanding of history, but the very boundaries of belief. Before we begin, just a quick note. The visuals in this video are here to enhance the experience, but they're not required. You can follow every story through audio alone, so feel free to let this play in the background as you work, relax, or fall asleep to these chilling enigmas. And if you'd like to support the channel and see more videos like this, consider subscribing. Deep beneath the Vatican, behind walls older than most nations, lies one of the world's most secretive collections. The Vatican Secret Archives, now officially called the Vatican Apostolic Archives, contain documents that span over 1,000 years of human history. But what exactly is hidden in those climate-controlled vaults? And why has the Catholic Church kept so much of it locked away from the world? The very name itself has sparked countless theories and wild speculation. When most people hear secret archives, they imagine conspiracy theories, cover-ups, and forbidden knowledge. But the truth, as is often the case, is both more mundane and more fascinating than fiction. The word secret in this context comes from the Latin secretum, which means private rather than hidden. These are the Pope's private archives, his personal collection of correspondence, diplomatic documents, and administrative records. Yet despite this clarification, the mystery persists. Why? Because for centuries, access to these archives was restricted to a select few. Only in 1981 did Pope John Paul II allow limited scholarly access, and even then, researchers could only view documents that were at least 75 years old. In 2019, Pope Francis reduced this waiting period to 70 years, but that still leaves decades of recent history locked away from public view. The archives themselves are massive. Estimates suggest there are over 85 kilometers of shelving, containing millions of documents, books, and manuscripts. To put that in perspective, if you laid all those shelves end to end, they would stretch from Vatican City to the outskirts of Florence. The collection includes papal correspondence dating back to the 8th century, diplomatic treaties, records of heresy trials, and documents related to some of history's most controversial events. Walking through these archives is like stepping into a temporal maze. The air itself seems heavy with history, climate-controlled to preserve documents that have survived wars, floods, and the simple passage of time. Each corridor holds secrets that could reshape our understanding of pivotal moments in human civilization. But which documents hold the most explosive revelations? And what criteria does the Vatican use to determine what stays hidden and what eventually sees the light of day? The organization of these archives tells its own story. Documents are not simply arranged chronologically or alphabetically. Instead, they follow a complex system that reflects the Vatican's unique position in world affairs. There are sections for correspondence with heads of state, files on religious movements that challenge church authority, and collections of documents related to canonization processes for saints. Some sections are organized by papal reign, others by geographic region, and still others by the type of crisis or controversy they address. One of the most heavily restricted sections contains what are known as the particular archives. These are documents that various popes have deemed too sensitive for general access, even among authorized researchers. Some of these files are said to contain correspondence with world leaders during times of war, documents related to internal church politics, and records of investigations into allegations of corruption or misconduct within the clergy. The Byzantine filing system itself adds layers of mystery. Experienced researchers speak of finding document references that lead nowhere, of files that are listed in catalogs but cannot be located, and of materials that seem to have been deliberately misfiled. Whether this is the result of centuries of imperfect record-keeping or something more intentional remains a subject of debate among those fortunate enough to gain access. Consider the implications of what might be contained in just one subsection: the correspondence between the Vatican and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. For decades, the Catholic Church maintained complex relationships with communist governments that officially persecuted religious believers. Vatican diplomats walked a delicate line, trying to protect Catholic communities behind the Iron Curtain while avoiding actions that might make their situation worse. What compromises were made? What information was shared? What promises were exchanged in the shadows of the Cold War? The archives also contain extensive files on what the Church calls particular churches, local Catholic communities around the world that have faced unique challenges or controversies. These files might include reports on indigenous Catholic communities that blended traditional beliefs with Christian practices, documents related to Catholic participation in political movements, or correspondence about priests and bishops who challenged Vatican authority. Some of the most intriguing rumors center around the Vatican's relationship with various intelligence agencies throughout the 20th century. The Church's global network of priests, missionaries, and diplomats made it an invaluable source of information about political developments in remote corners of the world. Did the Vatican share intelligence with Allied forces during World War II? Were Church officials used as intermediaries in Cold War negotiations? The archives might contain definitive answers to these questions. The process of accessing these archives reveals as much about Vatican culture as the documents themselves. Researchers must demonstrate not only academic credentials, but also a certain level of trustworthiness. Letters of recommendation from established scholars are required, along with detailed explanations of research objectives. Even approved researchers are monitored during their visits, with Vatican staff present to ensure that proper protocols are followed. This careful screening process means that only a small percentage of historians and researchers ever gain access to the archives. Those who do often speak of the experience in almost mystical terms, describing the weight of holding documents signed by historical figures they had only read about in textbooks. But they also speak of frustration, of being tantalizingly close to answers to historical questions, but being unable to access the specific documents they need. The Vatican's policy of gradually releasing documents based on their age creates an interesting dynamic. Every year, new materials become available for research, often sparking fresh historical debates and discoveries. Scholars eagerly await these annual releases, knowing that each new batch of documents might contain the key to understanding events that have puzzled historians for decades. But what about the documents that may never be released? Vatican officials have acknowledged that some materials in the archives are considered permanently sensitive. These might include confessions or private conversations that were shared with papal officials under the seal of confidentiality, diplomatic communications that could still damage relationships with other nations, or information that could put living people at risk. The archives also face practical challenges that add to their mysterious reputation. The sheer volume of material means that much of it has never been properly cataloged or digitized. There are likely thousands of documents whose contents are unknown even to Vatican archivists. These uncatalogued materials represent one of history's greatest treasure troves, containing potentially revolutionary historical information that remains hidden simply because no one knows it exists. Modern technology has begun to change how the archives operate, but slowly and selectively. The Vatican has invested in high-tech preservation methods, using advanced scanning techniques to create digital copies of the most fragile documents. However, Digitization is expensive and time-consuming, and the Vatican has been selective about which materials receive this treatment first. The criteria for these decisions are not always transparent, leading to speculation about whether certain documents are being prioritized for digitization, while others are being deliberately ignored. The role of Vatican archivists themselves is shrouded in intrigue. These individuals, many of whom are Catholic priests with advanced degrees in history and library science, spend their careers surrounded by some of humanity's most significant secrets. They sign oaths of confidentiality and are bound by both professional ethics and religious obedience. What psychological toll does this take? How do they navigate conflicts between their scholarly instincts and their religious duties? Some former Vatican employees have spoken anonymously about the culture of secrecy within the archives. They describe an environment where asking too many questions about certain documents or sections is discouraged, where some materials are kept in areas that even most archivists cannot access, and where there are unwritten rules about what can and cannot be discussed, even among colleagues. The Vatican's relationship with other archives and libraries around the world adds another layer of complexity to the mystery. During times of political upheaval, the Vatican has sometimes served as a safe haven for documents from other institutions. During World War II, for instance, materials from Jewish communities, university libraries, and private collections may have been secretly moved to Vatican facilities for protection. If true, the Vatican archives might contain not just Catholic Church documents, but also secular materials that were thought to have been lost to war or persecution. There are also questions about what happens to documents that are damaged or deteriorating. The Vatican has strict policies about document preservation, but centuries-old papers, parchments, and books inevitably face decay despite the best conservation efforts. When documents become too fragile to handle, are they digitized before they're lost forever? Or do some simply crumble into dust, taking their secrets with them? The intersection between the Vatican archives and the Vatican Bank creates another avenue for speculation. Financial records throughout church history could reveal the sources of papal wealth, the recipients of Vatican funding, and the economic motivations behind certain religious decisions. These documents might explain some of the more puzzling aspects of church history, showing how financial considerations influenced spiritual matters in ways that were never made public. Consider what the archives might reveal about the Vatican's response to various historical atrocities. Beyond the well-documented questions about World War II, there are potential documents related to the Church's position on slavery, colonialism, and genocide throughout history. Did Vatican officials receive reports about the treatment of indigenous peoples in the Americas? What did they know about the Armenian genocide, the Rwandan genocide, or other 20th century massacres? The archives might contain evidence that the Vatican had more information about these events than has been publicly acknowledged. The relationship between different sections of the Vatican's bureaucracy also creates opportunities for documents to be lost or hidden within the system. The Secretariat of State, the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, and various other Vatican departments all maintain their own records. Sometimes documents are transferred between departments, creating multiple copies or causing materials to disappear into bureaucratic limbo. Other times, departments may be reluctant to share sensitive information with the central archives, preferring to maintain their own private collections. The Vatican's unique status as both a religious institution and a sovereign nation creates legal complexities that affect the archives. Unlike government archives in democratic countries, which are often subject to freedom of information laws, Vatican documents are protected by both religious privilege and diplomatic immunity. This means that even documents that might be considered historical rather than sensitive could remain hidden indefinitely if Vatican officials choose to keep them classified. Recent popes have taken different approaches to archive transparency, reflecting the complex balance between historical openness and institutional protection. Pope Benedict XVI was known for his scholarly approach to history and made some significant materials available to researchers. Pope Francis has continued this trend in some areas while maintaining strict controls in others. Future popes may have very different attitudes toward disclosure, meaning that today's secrets could become tomorrow's open books, or vice versa. The global nature of the Catholic Church means that the Vatican archives are connected to a vast network of local archives in dioceses, monasteries, and Catholic institutions around the world. Sometimes documents that are restricted in the Vatican archives might be available in local collections, and vice versa. This creates a complex web of information access that researchers must navigate carefully. One of the most requested sections of the archives relates to Pope Pius XII and his actions during World War II. Critics have long accused the Vatican of remaining silent about the Holocaust, while defenders argue that the Church did more behind the scenes than history acknowledges. In 2020, Pope Francis finally opened these archives to researchers, hoping to shed light on this dark chapter. What they found was a complex picture of a church caught between impossible choices, trying to navigate the horrors of war while protecting its own survival. But the World War II documents are just one small piece of a much larger puzzle. The archives contain records that could reshape our understanding of major historical events. There are letters from Galileo pleading his case during his heresy trial, documents related to the Knights Templar, and correspondence with rulers and revolutionaries throughout the centuries. Each file could potentially rewrite textbooks, challenge accepted narratives, or reveal secrets that powerful people preferred to keep buried. One of the most intriguing aspects of the archives is the section known as the Archivio della Nunciatura Apostolica. These are the records of papal nuncios, essentially the Vatican's ambassadors to various countries. These diplomats were often privy to state secrets, political machinations, and behind-the-scenes negotiations that never made it into official government records. Their reports back to Rome provide a unique perspective on world events, often from the only truly neutral party in international affairs. Consider what these archives might contain about the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. The Vatican maintained diplomatic relations with both the United States and Cuba during this period. Did their nuncios hear rumors or receive information that government investigators missed? Or what about the fall of the Berlin Wall? Vatican diplomats were active in Eastern Europe throughout the Cold War, often serving as intermediaries between communist governments and their oppressed citizens. Their reports could provide unprecedented insight into one of the 20th century's most significant events. The archives also contain what are known as the secreta files, documents considered so sensitive that they remain off-limits even to authorized researchers. These files are said to contain the most confidential papal correspondence, including letters that could damage diplomatic relations or reveal state secrets shared in confidence with the Vatican. Some researchers believe these files might contain evidence of secret agreements between the Church and various governments, potentially explaining some of the Vatican's more controversial positions throughout history. But perhaps the most mysterious section of all is the one that may not officially exist. Whispered rumors among Vatican insiders speak of a collection known as the Hereticus Maximus, supposedly containing documents related to suppressed heresies and alternative interpretations of Christian doctrine. According to these rumors, this collection includes texts that were deemed too dangerous to destroy, but too heretical to acknowledge, creating a kind of theological purgatory where forbidden knowledge waits in eternal limbo. The Vatican has consistently denied the existence of such a collection, but that hasn't stopped speculation. Some researchers point to gaps in the official catalog, periods where documents seem to be missing or misfiled in ways that suggest deliberate concealment. Others note that the Church has a long history of suppressing certain texts while preserving them for future study, a practice that could explain mysterious absences in what should be complete historical records. One particular mystery centers around the third secret of Fatima. In 1917, 3 Portuguese children claimed to have received 3 prophecies from the Virgin Mary. The first 2 secrets were eventually revealed and related to World War I and World War II. But the third secret remained hidden in the Vatican archives for decades, fueling wild speculation about its contents. When it was finally revealed in 2000, many believed the disclosed version was incomplete or sanitized, leading to continued theories about what might still be hidden in those vaults. The archive's classification system itself adds to the mystery. Documents are organized not just by date or subject, but by their level of sensitivity. Some files are marked with symbols or codes that even experienced researchers struggle to understand. There are rumors of a classification level so secret that only the Pope and a handful of trusted cardinals know of its existence. Whether this is true or simply the product of overactive imaginations, it demonstrates how the very structure of the archives contributes to their mysterious reputation. Another intriguing aspect is the Vatican's relationship with science and scholarship. While the Church has been criticized for suppressing scientific inquiry, the archives tell a more complex story. They contain extensive correspondence with scientists, philosophers, and scholars throughout history. Some of this correspondence reveals the Vatican's secret support for research that publicly they seem to oppose. Did the Church privately encourage scientific inquiry while maintaining a conservative public face? The archives might hold the answer. As we consider what secrets might still be hidden in those climate-controlled vaults, we must also acknowledge the limitations of our own perspective. We can only speculate about what we think might be there based on what we know about history and the Church's role in it. But the most significant revelations might come from documents that address questions we haven't even thought to ask, or that reveal connections between events that we've never considered related. The Vatican's secret archives represent one of the last great information repositories that remains largely closed to public scrutiny. In an age of WikiLeaks, social media transparency, and digital openness, these archives stand as a reminder that some institutions still maintain control over vast amounts of historical information. Whether this control is justified by legitimate concerns about privacy and diplomacy, or whether it represents an outdated approach to historical transparency, remains a subject of ongoing debate. What we do know is that somewhere in those 85 kilometers of shelving, surrounded by the weight of centuries and the silence of secrecy, lie documents that could answer some of history's most persistent questions. Each file represents a piece of the human story that has been preserved, but not yet told. Each document is a window into the past that remains curtained from public view. And each secret maintained by these archives is a reminder that even in our modern, connected world, there are still mysteries waiting to be solved, truths waiting to be revealed, and stories waiting to be told. In the deepest vaults of the Vatican, past the secret archives, and beyond the reach of most papal officials, there allegedly sits one of the most extraordinary devices ever created. It's called the Chronovisor, and according to those who claim to have seen it, this machine can do something that scientists insist is impossible. It can view events from the past as if they were happening in real time. But is this remarkable device real, or is it simply one of the most elaborate hoaxes in modern history? The story of the Chronovisor begins with Father Pellegrino Ernetti, a Benedictine monk who lived from 1925 to 1994. Ernetti was no ordinary priest. He held degrees in quantum physics and ancient languages, making him uniquely qualified to bridge the gap between science and theology. Throughout his life, he served as a professor at the prestigious Venice Academy of Music and was known for his expertise in ancient music and pre-polyphonic chants. But it was in the 1950s that Ernetti claimed to have been involved in the most extraordinary project of his life. According to his account, he was part of a secret team of scientists working under Vatican supervision to develop a device that could observe historical events. The team allegedly included some of the most brilliant minds of the 20th century, including Nobel Prize winner Enrico Fermi and rocket pioneer Wernher von Braun. The theoretical foundation for the Chronovisor, according to Ernetti, was based on the principle that all events leave electromagnetic traces in the environment. Just as light from distant stars can travel across space and time to reach our eyes, Ernetti claimed that all human actions create energy patterns that persist in the fabric of space-time itself. The Chronovisor was supposedly designed to detect and decode these residual energy signatures, transforming them back into viewable images and audible sounds. This concept, while scientifically problematic, wasn't entirely without precedent in the theoretical physics of the time. Scientists in the 1950s were just beginning to understand the quantum nature of reality, and the relationship between matter, energy, and information was still being explored. The idea that events might leave some kind of permanent imprint on the universe was not entirely foreign to the scientific thinking of the era, even if the practical applications Ernetti described seemed impossible. The device itself was described as a complex array of antennas, cathode tubes, and electronic equipment that filled an entire room. At its heart was a screen, similar to a television, where operators could observe events from history. The machine required careful calibration to focus on specific time periods and locations, and the images it produced were said to be remarkably clear, though sometimes limited in scope and duration. According to Ernetti's descriptions, operating the Chronovisor was an art as much as a science. The device supposedly required extensive knowledge of the historical period being observed, as well as precise geographic coordinates and temporal settings. The operator had to tune the machine like a radio, searching for the specific frequency of events they wanted to witness. Sometimes the images would be crystal clear. Other times they would be fragmented or distorted, requiring hours of adjustment to achieve proper focus. The room housing the Chronovisor was described as being deep underground, accessible only through a series of security checkpoints and locked doors. The walls were lined with lead shielding to prevent electromagnetic interference, and the temperature was kept constantly cool to protect the delicate electronic components. Only a handful of people were ever allowed access to the room, and each viewing session was carefully logged and monitored. Father Ernetti's most famous claim was that he had used the Chronovisor to witness Christ's crucifixion. He described seeing the actual event unfold, providing details that he claimed were historically accurate but previously unknown. According to his account, Jesus appeared different from traditional artistic depictions, with features that reflected his Middle Eastern heritage more accurately than European religious art suggested. He claimed to have heard Jesus speak Aramaic words that had been lost to history, and to have witnessed details of the crucifixion that contradicted some accepted biblical accounts. But the Chronovisor's capabilities supposedly extended far beyond religious history. Ernetti claimed to have watched Napoleon's military campaigns, observing strategy meetings and battlefield decisions that historians had only been able to speculate about. He said he had witnessed ancient Roman senators in heated debate, seen the construction of monuments whose building techniques had puzzled archaeologists, and even observed the daily life of ordinary people in ancient civilizations. One of his most specific claims involved watching a performance of a lost play by the ancient Roman playwright Quintus Aeneas, called Thyestes. Ernetti said he had been able to record the complete text of this previously unknown work, watching as ancient actors performed it on a Roman stage. The text he claimed to have transcribed became a subject of intense scholarly debate, with classicists arguing over its authenticity and attempting to verify whether its language and style were genuinely ancient. The scientific team that allegedly worked on the Chronovisor project was said to include 12 of the most brilliant researchers of the era. Beyond Fermi and von Braun, Ernetti claimed the group included specialists in various fields: quantum physicists who understood the theoretical foundations of the device, electronics experts who could build the complex machinery, historians who could verify the accuracy of what was observed, and theologians who could interpret the religious implications of their discoveries. Each member of this team supposedly signed agreements of absolute secrecy, swearing never to reveal details of the project even to their closest colleagues and family members. The compartmentalized nature of the work meant that no single person except Ernetti himself understood the complete picture of how the device operated. This secrecy was allegedly enforced not just by Vatican authorities, but by various government agencies that recognized the potential intelligence value of such technology. The Vatican's alleged response to the Chronovisor was one of extreme concern and immediate classification. According to Ernetti's account, church officials quickly realized the dangerous implications of such a device. If it could truly observe any moment in history, it could potentially settle theological debates in ways that might challenge church doctrine, reveal secrets that powerful people preferred to keep hidden, or provide information that could destabilize existing political and religious structures. Cardinal Federico Tedeschini, who was reportedly briefed on the project, allegedly expressed grave concerns about the device's implications for human privacy and divine mystery. If every moment in history could be observed, what would happen to the concept of confession, to the idea that some secrets should remain between individuals and God? The theological implications were staggering, potentially undermining fundamental concepts about privacy, judgment, and the nature of divine knowledge. Church authorities allegedly ordered the project classified at the highest levels of Vatican secrecy, a classification that supposedly surpassed even the most sensitive diplomatic communications. The Chronovisor was reportedly moved to a secure location deep beneath St. Peter's Basilica, where it remained under the control of a select group of officials who reported directly to the Pope. Ernetti claimed that he was forbidden from using the device again and was sworn to an oath of secrecy that bound him for the rest of his life. The decision to suppress the Chronovisor was allegedly based on multiple concerns beyond its theological implications. Vatican officials reportedly worried that the device could be used to spy on living people by observing recent events, effectively turning it into the ultimate surveillance tool. They feared that world governments would demand access to the technology, potentially leading to international conflicts over its control. Most troubling of all, they worried about what might happen if the device revealed historical events in ways that contradicted accepted religious or political narratives. For decades after the alleged shutdown of the project, Ernetti maintained his silence about the Chronovisor. He continued his work as a priest and scholar, but colleagues noticed a change in his demeanor. Those who knew him described a man who seemed burdened by secrets, who would sometimes stare off into the distance as if seeing things that others could not. When pressed about his time working on scientific projects with the Vatican, he would simply say that some knowledge was too dangerous for the world to possess. It wasn't until the 1970s that Ernetti began to speak more openly about his experiences, though he remained carefully vague about technical details and refused to provide proof of the device's existence. His first public statements came during interviews with Italian journalists who were investigating rumors about secret Vatican research projects. Even then, Ernetti was cautious, often speaking in hypothetical terms and refusing to confirm specific details about the device's capabilities or location. When pressed by journalists and researchers for more concrete evidence, Ernetti would only say that the technology was too dangerous to be revealed to the world. He claimed that the knowledge of how to build such a device could lead to its misuse by governments or criminal organizations, turning it into a weapon of unprecedented power. The ability to observe any moment in history, he argued, would give its possessor advantages that could destabilize the entire world order. The scientific community's reaction to Ernetti's claims was predictably skeptical, but the response was more nuanced than simple dismissal. Physicists pointed out numerous theoretical problems with the concept of the Chronovisor, but some acknowledged that the fundamental physics of information and time were still not fully understood. The idea that electromagnetic traces of past events might somehow persist in the environment was scientifically questionable, but not entirely impossible according to some interpretations of quantum mechanics. Critics noted that electromagnetic radiation disperses and degrades over time, according to the inverse square law, making it increasingly difficult to detect as it moves away from its source. The notion that a device could somehow focus this scattered and degraded energy back into coherent images was compared to trying to reconstruct a shattered mirror from its fragments, or to reverse the mixing of cream into coffee. Even if such traces existed, the amount of energy required to detect and process them would be enormous, far beyond the capabilities of 1950s technology or even current technology. Furthermore, skeptics pointed out that Ernetti's description of the device relied on concepts that didn't align with modern understanding of how electromagnetic radiation behaves. The idea that visual and auditory information from historical events could be extracted from environmental traces assumed that this information was somehow stored in a recoverable form, but no known physical process could account for such storage. Modern quantum physics raises additional questions about the theoretical possibility of historical observation. The uncertainty principle suggests that the very act of observation affects the system being observed, raising paradoxical questions about whether historical events could be viewed without somehow altering them. The grandfather paradox, familiar from discussions of time travel, seemed to apply even to passive observation of the past. Despite these scientific objections, some researchers found aspects of Ernetti's story intriguing enough to warrant further investigation. His credentials as both a scientist and a theologian gave him credibility that a typical hoaxer might lack. His deep knowledge of ancient languages, historical periods, and pre-polyphonic music meant that any fabricated historical accounts would need to be remarkably sophisticated to fool experts in those fields. The alleged involvement of renowned scientists like Enrico Fermi and Wernher von Braun added another layer of intrigue to the story. While there's no documented evidence that either scientist worked on such a project, both men were involved in classified government research during the Cold War era. Fermi's work on nuclear physics and von Braun's development of rocket technology showed that they were capable of working on projects that pushed the boundaries of known science. Some researchers attempted to investigate whether Fermi or von Braun had any connection to Ernetti or to secret Vatican research projects. They found that both scientists had traveled to Europe during the relevant time period, and that their whereabouts were not always fully documented in official records. While this doesn't prove they were involved in a Chronovisor project, it leaves open the possibility that they might have contributed to classified research that remains hidden from public view. The question of funding for such a project has also intrigued researchers. Building a device as complex as the Chronovisor would have required significant financial resources, specialized equipment, and access to rare materials. Where would the Vatican have obtained the money and materials for such an undertaking? Some researchers have suggested that the project might have been funded jointly by the Vatican and various government agencies, each with their own interests in developing historical observation capabilities. Some researchers have attempted to trace the historical accuracy of Ernetti's claims about what he observed through the Chronovisor. His description of Christ's crucifixion, for example, included details about the physical appearance of Jesus, the specific words he spoke on the cross, and the reactions of the crowd. Biblical scholars who have examined these accounts note that while they don't contradict known historical records, they also don't provide information that couldn't have been derived from careful study of existing sources. The case of the supposedly recovered play, Thyestes, became a particular focus of investigation. Ernetti claimed to have transcribed the complete text of this lost work after watching its original performance through the Chronovisor. When classical scholars examined the text, they found it to be written in technically correct Latin that demonstrated sophisticated knowledge of ancient dramatic conventions. The play followed the traditional structure of Roman tragedy and included references to mythological events that were consistent with the time period. However, critics noted that the style and content of the Thyestes text seemed suspiciously similar to other known works from the period. Some scholars argued that the play could have been a modern creation based on careful study of existing Roman dramatic works, rather than a genuine ancient text. Others pointed out that certain phrases and constructions in the Latin seemed more consistent with medieval or Renaissance usage than with classical Roman style. The controversy over Thyestes highlighted a broader problem with verifying Ernetti's claims. Even if he had somehow obtained genuine historical information, it would be extremely difficult to prove that it came from observation through a time-viewing device rather than from conventional historical research. The burden of proof lay with Ernetti to demonstrate not just that his historical claims were accurate, but that they came from an impossible source. As Ernetti aged, pressure increased for him to provide more concrete evidence of the Chronovisor's existence. Researchers, journalists, and even church officials reportedly pressed him to reveal more details, to provide photographs or recordings of what he claimed to have witnessed, or at least to offer some physical proof that the device had existed. Ernetti consistently refused all such requests, maintaining that he was bound by oaths of secrecy that superseded any obligation to satisfy scientific curiosity. In interviews during his later years, Ernetti sometimes seemed to waver in his commitment to the Chronovisor story. He gave a few interviews where he hinted that the project might have been more limited than he had initially suggested, or that some aspects of his earlier claims might have been exaggerated. Some interpreted these statements as attempts to walk back his earlier claims in the face of mounting skepticism, while others saw them as efforts to provide cover for ongoing secrecy about the device. The question of what happened to the alleged Chronovisor after the project was shut down remains one of the most intriguing aspects of the mystery. According to various versions of Ernetti's story, the device was either dismantled and destroyed, moved to a more secure location within the Vatican, or transferred to the control of government agencies for further development. Each of these possibilities raises different questions about who might have access to such technology today. Some conspiracy theorists have suggested that the Chronovisor project was never actually shut down, but was instead moved to an even more classified level of secrecy. They argue that such valuable technology would never be destroyed, regardless of its theological implications. In this interpretation, the device might still be in use today, perhaps by intelligence agencies seeking to gather information about historical events or even recent occurrences. The mystery deepened after Ernetti's death in 1994, when researchers attempted to verify various aspects of his story. They found that while his scientific credentials were legitimate and his knowledge of ancient languages was genuine, there were gaps and inconsistencies in his biographical record. Some periods of his life were poorly documented, leaving room for speculation about what projects he might have been involved in during those times. Efforts to locate physical evidence of the Chronovisor project have proven fruitless. Researchers have been unable to find any documentation of the alleged scientific team, any records of the specialized equipment that would have been required, or any traces of the funding that such a project would have demanded. This absence of evidence doesn't prove that the project never existed, but it does raise questions about how such a massive undertaking could have been conducted without leaving any verifiable traces. Vatican officials have consistently denied any knowledge of the Chronovisor project throughout the decades since Ernetti first made his claims public. When directly questioned about the device, church spokesmen have stated that no such machine exists or has ever existed in Vatican facilities, and that Father Ernetti's claims were not based on reality. They have characterized his statements as either misunderstandings or fabrications, possibly motivated by a desire for attention or influenced by psychological factors. However, these official denials have done little to quiet speculation among those who believe the Chronovisor might be real. Some conspiracy theorists suggest that the Vatican's denial is itself evidence that the device exists, arguing that the Church would naturally want to keep such revolutionary technology secret. They point to the Vatican's well-documented history of maintaining secrecy about various research projects and controversial historical events as evidence that official denials cannot be trusted. The technological implications of a working chronovisor would extend far beyond historical research. Such a device could potentially be used for intelligence gathering, allowing its operators to observe the private conversations and secret meetings of world leaders throughout history. It could be used for criminal investigation, providing evidence of crimes that occurred in the past but were never documented. It might even be used to predict future events by analyzing patterns and trends visible in historical data. The military applications alone would make any government eager to control or suppress such technology. The ability to observe the planning and execution of historical military campaigns could provide insights into strategy and tactics that would be invaluable for modern warfare. Even more troubling, the device could potentially be used to gather compromising information about political leaders, creating unprecedented opportunities for blackmail and coercion. Modern advances in quantum physics and computer technology have not brought us any closer to developing anything resembling the Chronovisor. While scientists have made remarkable progress in understanding the nature of time, space, and information, the fundamental barriers that prevented such a device from working in the 1950s remain unchanged today. Current theories about the nature of information storage and retrieval make the concept of recovering coherent historical images from environmental traces as unlikely now as it was 70 years ago. However, some fringe researchers continue to explore related concepts that echo themes from the Chronovisor story. Experiments in quantum archaeology attempt to recover minute traces of past events from physical objects, using sophisticated analysis techniques to extract information that was previously thought to be lost forever. Research into consciousness and memory investigates whether information about past experiences might somehow persist in ways we don't yet understand. Other researchers have explored the possibility that quantum effects might preserve information about past events in ways that classical physics doesn't predict. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics suggest that all possible states of a system exist simultaneously until they are observed, raising speculative questions about whether historical events might somehow remain accessible through quantum mechanical processes. While these investigations are far from validating Ernetti's claims about the Chronovisor, they demonstrate that the boundary between possible and impossible in physics continues to evolve as our understanding deepens. What seems impossible today might become theoretically possible tomorrow, even if practical implementation remains far beyond our current capabilities. The story of the Chronovisor raises profound questions about the relationship between science and religion, and about the nature of historical truth itself. If such a device did exist, what would it mean for religious faith to have objective evidence of sacred events? Would concrete proof of miracles strengthen belief by providing verification of religious claims? Or would it somehow diminish the mystery and wonder that many find essential to spiritual experience? Religious faith often relies on belief in the absence of complete evidence, on trust in testimonies and teachings that cannot be independently verified. If a device could provide objective evidence of religious events, it might fundamentally alter the nature of faith itself. Some believers might welcome such proof, while others might argue that faith supported by evidence is no longer true faith at all. There's also the question of whether we would really want to know everything about the past, assuming such knowledge were possible to obtain. Historical mysteries and unanswered questions serve important functions in human culture, providing subjects for debate, investigation, and creative interpretation. They allow each generation to reinterpret the past through the lens of their own values and understanding. A device that could definitively answer all historical questions might rob us of these intellectual adventures. It might reduce history from a dynamic field of inquiry and interpretation to a static collection of verified facts. The process of piecing together the past from incomplete evidence, of constructing narratives that make sense of fragmentary information, might become obsolete in a world where every historical event could be directly observed. The ethical implications of historical observation technology are equally complex. Would viewing past events constitute a violation of privacy for historical figures who lived and died, with the expectation that their private moments would remain private? What about the psychological impact on operators who might be forced to witness humanity's darkest moments, from genocides to personal tragedies? The moral framework for using such technology would need to be carefully developed, assuming the technical hurdles could ever be overcome. Who would have the authority to decide which events could be observed and which should remain private? How could the technology be prevented from being misused for voyeuristic or exploitative purposes? These questions have no easy answers, but they highlight the complex ethical landscape that would surround any device capable of observing the past. Some researchers have suggested that the Chronovisor story, whether true or false, serves as a kind of thought experiment about the nature of history, evidence, and knowledge itself. It forces us to consider what we would do with perfect knowledge of the past, and whether such knowledge would ultimately be a blessing or a curse for human civilization. The story also reflects broader cultural themes about the relationship between technology and human desires. We live in an age of unprecedented technological capability, yet there are still fundamental limitations that we cannot overcome. We can communicate instantly across vast distances, access enormous amounts of information, and manipulate matter at the atomic level, but we cannot travel backward in time or directly observe events from the past. These limitations frustrate us because they seem arbitrary. If we can split atoms and send signals to Mars, why can't we view the signing of the Declaration of Independence or witness the construction of the pyramids? The Chronovisor story appeals to our desire to transcend these limitations, to believe that somewhere, someone has developed the technology that we wish existed. The story also taps into deeper anxieties about the nature of historical truth and the reliability of human testimony. In an age of information overload, where different sources provide conflicting accounts of current events, the appeal of having objective, unfiltered access to historical events is enormous. A device that could show us exactly what happened, without the interpretive lens of historians or the distortions of political bias, would seem to offer a solution to the problem of historical uncertainty. Yet even if such a device existed, it would raise new questions about the nature of truth and interpretation. Would direct observation of historical events necessarily be more reliable than careful analysis of multiple sources? Would the limitations of the device itself, its resolution, its field of view, its ability to capture context, create new forms of distortion and misunderstanding? The psychological appeal of the Chronovisor story cannot be underestimated. For many people, history is not just an academic subject, but a source of personal meaning and identity. We want to understand our origins, to connect with our ancestors, to witness the moments that shaped our world. The idea of being able to observe these moments directly, to become witnesses to history rather than just students of it, fulfills a deep human longing for connection with the past. This longing becomes particularly intense when it comes to religious history. For believers, the events described in religious texts are not just historical occurrences, but foundational moments that define their understanding of reality itself. The opportunity to witness these events directly would represent the ultimate validation of their faith, providing objective proof of claims that must otherwise be accepted on faith alone. For skeptics, the same opportunity would represent the ultimate test of religious claims. If the Chronovisor could show that religious events unfolded exactly as described in sacred texts, it would force a fundamental reconsideration of materialistic worldviews. If it showed something different, it would provide powerful evidence against religious belief. But perhaps the most profound implication of the Chronovisor story is what it suggests about the nature of mystery itself. In a world where science continues to push back the boundaries of the unknown, where genetic sequencing can reveal our evolutionary history and space telescopes can show us the birth of galaxies, there is something appealing about the idea that some mysteries might remain forever beyond our reach. The Chronovisor represents the ultimate mystery-solving device, a machine that could theoretically answer any question about the past. Yet its very impossibility preserves the mystery that makes history fascinating. Perhaps we need some questions to remain unanswered, some events to remain shrouded in uncertainty, some stories to remain open to interpretation and debate. The persistence of the Chronovisor legend also reflects something deeper about human psychology and our relationship with the past. We are creatures driven by curiosity, desperate to understand not just what happened in history, but how and why it happened. We want to be witnesses to the great moments, to see history unfold through our own eyes rather than through the filtered accounts of historians and chroniclers. This desire becomes even more pronounced when it comes to religious history. For believers, the opportunity to witness the life and death of Christ would represent the ultimate validation of their faith. For skeptics, it might provide the definitive evidence they need to change their worldview. For historians, it would settle countless debates that have raged for centuries about the details of events that shaped Western civilization. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Chronovisor story is not whether the device actually existed, but what the story reveals about the intersection of science, religion, and secrecy in the modern world. Father Ernetti's claims emerged during the Cold War, an era when secret government projects were developing technologies that seemed to border on science fiction. Atomic weapons, space travel, and electronic computers were transforming from impossible dreams into reality within the span of a few decades. In this context, the idea that a secret Vatican research project might have developed time-viewing technology didn't seem quite as far-fetched as it would today. The 1950s and 60s were decades when anything seemed possible, when the combination of brilliant minds, unlimited funding, and government secrecy was producing technological miracles on a regular basis. The involvement of figures like Enrico Fermi and Wernher von Braun in Ernetti's story reflects this era's faith in the power of scientific genius to overcome seemingly impossible challenges. These were men who had already accomplished the impossible, splitting atoms and launching objects into space. If anyone could have developed a device to view the past, it would have been scientists of their caliber working with unlimited resources and absolute secrecy. The Vatican's alleged role in the project also fits the historical context. During the Cold War, the Catholic Church maintained complex relationships with both Western governments and communist regimes, often serving as a neutral intermediary in international conflicts. The Church's global network of priests and diplomats made it an invaluable source of intelligence about political developments around the world. If government agencies were looking for a partner in developing sensitive technologies, the Vatican would have been an attractive choice. The Church had its own reasons for wanting to verify historical claims, its own resources to contribute to research projects, and its own long tradition of maintaining secrecy about sensitive matters. A partnership between government scientists and Vatican scholars would have combined the best of both worlds: cutting-edge scientific expertise and institutional discretion. The story also reflects the era's fascination with the potential of electronic technology to transcend traditional limitations. Television was still a relatively new invention in the 1950s, and the idea that electronic devices could capture and display images from remote locations seemed almost magical to many people. The conceptual leap from viewing distant events in real time to viewing past events wasn't as enormous as it might seem today. Computer technology was also in its infancy, and the possibilities seemed limitless. Early computers were already performing calculations that would have taken human mathematicians years to complete. The idea that sufficiently advanced computers might be able to process and interpret electromagnetic traces from the past didn't seem entirely impossible to people who were witnessing the rapid advancement of electronic technology. As the decades passed and the Chronovisor failed to materialize or be verified, the story began to take on different meanings for different audiences. For conspiracy theorists, it became evidence of the vast secrets that governments and religious institutions keep from the public. For skeptics, it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of believing extraordinary claims without extraordinary evidence. For historians and scientists, the Chronovisor story raises important questions about the nature of evidence and the standards we apply when evaluating unusual claims. Father Ernetti was clearly an intelligent, educated man with expertise in relevant fields. His story was detailed and consistent over many years, yet the extraordinary nature of his claims, combined with the lack of verifiable evidence, ultimately made his story impossible to accept as factual. The case highlights the importance of distinguishing between theoretical possibility and practical reality. While some aspects of Ernetti's theory weren't entirely inconsistent with the physics of the time, the gap between theoretical speculation and functional technology was enormous. Many things that are theoretically possible remain practically impossible and may remain so forever. The Chronovisor story also demonstrates how institutional secrecy can fuel speculation and conspiracy theories. The Vatican's refusal to open all of its archives to public scrutiny, combined with its historical involvement in sensitive political and scientific matters, creates an environment where extraordinary claims seem more plausible than they might otherwise appear. In a world where information moves freely and secrets are difficult to maintain, institutions that successfully preserve their privacy become magnets for speculation about what they might be hiding. The Vatican's unique position as both a religious institution and a sovereign state, combined with its vast archives and secretive culture, makes it a natural focus for theories about hidden knowledge and suppressed technologies. The enduring appeal of the Chronovisor story also reflects broader cultural themes about the relationship between technology and human desires. We live in an age of unprecedented technological capability, yet there are still fundamental limitations that we cannot overcome. We can communicate instantly across vast distances, access enormous amounts of information, and manipulate matter at the atomic level, but we cannot travel backward in time or directly observe events from the past. Whether real or imagined, the Chronovisor represents the ultimate historical mystery, a device that could potentially solve all other historical mysteries, yet remains itself the most mysterious and unverifiable claim of all. In the shadowy world of Vatican secrets, where truth and legend often intertwine, where ancient institutions guard their knowledge with zealous dedication, the story of Father Ernetti's time machine continues to fascinate those who wonder what might be possible in the hidden corners of our world. The legend persists because it speaks to fundamental human desires that transcend scientific possibility. We want to know the truth about the past, to witness the great moments of history, to understand our place in the great sweep of human experience. The Chronovisor story offers the tantalizing possibility that somewhere, in a locked vault beneath an ancient city, the answers to our deepest questions about history are waiting to be discovered. But perhaps the real value of the story lies not in its potential truth, but in the questions it raises about knowledge, secrecy, and the limits of human understanding. In a world where information is increasingly accessible and secrets are increasingly difficult to maintain, the Chronovisor reminds us that there are still mysteries worth pondering, still boundaries worth respecting, and still stories worth telling, even if we can never know for certain whether they are true. Deep within the walls of Vatican City, behind locked doors and beneath layers of ancient stone, lies one of the world's most secretive libraries. The Vatican Secret Archives, now known as the Vatican Apostolic Archives, contains millions of documents spanning over 12 centuries. But what if some of the most important texts in human history are hidden away from the world? What if the Bible we know today is incomplete, missing entire books that were deliberately removed or suppressed? The question haunts biblical scholars and believers alike. How many books were originally intended to be part of the Christian Bible? And more unsettling still, who decided which books would be included and which would be cast aside forever? To understand this mystery, we need to travel back nearly 2,000 years to a time when Christianity was still taking shape. The early Christian church was not the unified institution we know today. Instead, it was a collection of scattered communities, each with their own traditions, beliefs, and most importantly, their own sacred texts. In those early centuries, there was no single, agreed-upon Bible. Different Christian communities used different collections of writings. Some included texts that would later be rejected, while others omitted books that would eventually become central to Christian doctrine. The process of deciding which books belonged in the Bible, known as canonization, would take centuries to complete and would prove to be one of the most contentious debates in religious history. The earliest Christians relied primarily on oral tradition and letters written by apostles and other church leaders. Over time, these letters were copied and shared between communities, along with accounts of Jesus' life and teachings. But as decades passed and the original apostles died, questions arose about which of these texts were truly authentic and divinely inspired. By the 2nd century, hundreds of different Christian writings were circulating throughout the Roman Empire. There were Gospels attributed to various apostles, letters from early church leaders, apocalyptic visions, and detailed accounts of Jesus' childhood and later life. Some of these texts told stories that contradicted the familiar Gospel accounts. Others presented theological ideas that seemed to challenge core Christian beliefs. One of the most significant collections of these excluded texts is known as the Apocrypha. These books were included in early versions of the Bible, but were later removed by Protestant reformers during the 16th century. The Catholic Church, however, continues to recognize most of these books as canonical, creating a fundamental difference in what Catholics and Protestants consider to be the complete Bible. But the Apocrypha represents only a fraction of the texts that were once considered for biblical inclusion. There exists an entire library of so-called pseudepigraphic writings, books attributed to biblical figures but written much later by unknown authors. These include fascinating texts like the Book of Enoch, which describes fallen angels and their interactions with humanity, and the Gospel of Thomas, which presents Jesus' teachings in a radically different format than the traditional Gospels. The Book of Enoch is particularly intriguing because it was clearly known and referenced by early Christian writers. The New Testament Book of Jude even quotes directly from Enoch, yet the book was ultimately excluded from the biblical canon. Why? The text describes a complex cosmology involving multiple levels of heaven, detailed accounts of angelic hierarchies, and prophetic visions that some early church leaders found too mystical or potentially heretical. Then there's the Gospel of Thomas, discovered in 1945 as part of the Nag Hammadi Library in Egypt. This text presents Jesus' teachings as a series of cryptic sayings rather than narrative stories. Some of these sayings parallel those found in the canonical Gospels, but others suggest a more mystical, esoteric understanding of Christianity that emphasizes personal spiritual knowledge over faith and church authority. What makes the Gospel of Thomas particularly controversial is its possible early date. Some scholars argue that it may preserve authentic sayings of Jesus that are as old as, or even older than those found in the canonical Gospels. If true, this would mean that an entire dimension of Jesus' teaching has been hidden from mainstream Christianity for nearly 2,000 years. But perhaps the most mysterious excluded texts are those that deal with Jesus' childhood and youth. The canonical Gospels tell us almost nothing about Jesus' life between his birth and the beginning of his ministry, at around age 30. This 30-year gap has fascinated Christians for centuries, and several early texts attempted to fill in these missing years. The infancy Gospel of Thomas, not to be confused with the Gospel of Thomas, presents stories of Jesus as a child performing miraculous deeds. Some of these stories portray the young Jesus as having difficulty controlling his divine powers, occasionally using them in ways that seem petulant or even dangerous. These accounts were ultimately deemed inappropriate for inclusion in the biblical canon, but they continued to circulate and influence Christian folklore for centuries. Another fascinating excluded text is the Gospel of Mary, believed to be written in the 2nd century. This text presents Mary Magdalene as one of Jesus' most trusted disciples, someone who received special revelations that were not shared with the male apostles. The Gospel suggests that Mary was intended to play a leadership role in the early church, but that her influence was suppressed by Peter and other male leaders. The existence of the Gospel of Mary raises uncomfortable questions about the role of women in early Christianity, and whether their contributions were deliberately minimized or erased from the official record. If Mary Magdalene was indeed as central to Jesus' ministry as this text suggests, then our understanding of early Christian history may be fundamentally incomplete. The process by which certain texts were included or excluded from the Bible was neither simple nor transparent. In many cases, the decision came down to political considerations as much as theological ones. The early Christian church was struggling to establish orthodoxy in the face of numerous competing interpretations of Jesus' message. Books that supported the emerging institutional church were more likely to be accepted, while those that promoted individual spiritual authority or challenged hierarchical structures were more likely to be rejected. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE is often cited as the moment when the biblical canon was established, but this is actually a misconception. While the council did address important theological questions about the nature of Christ, it did not definitively settle which books belonged in the Bible. That process continued for several more centuries, with different regions and denominations reaching different conclusions. What's particularly intriguing is that some of the excluded texts were not rejected because they were considered fraudulent or heretical, but simply because they arrived too late in the canonization process. By the time certain genuine, early Christian writings were rediscovered or brought to the attention of church authorities, the biblical canon had already been effectively closed. This raises a troubling possibility. What if some of the most important Christian texts are still out there, hidden away in private collections or buried in archaeological sites, waiting to be discovered? What if the Vatican's own archives contain books that could revolutionize our understanding of early Christianity? The Vatican has been notoriously secretive about the contents of its archives. While some materials have been made available to researchers in recent decades, vast portions remain off-limits to outsiders. Official explanations for this secrecy often cite the need to protect fragile documents or respect diplomatic confidentiality, but critics wonder whether the Church is hiding texts that might challenge Orthodox Christian doctrine. In 2019, Pope Francis announced that the Vatican Secret Archives would be renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives in an effort to reduce speculation about hidden secrets. But this cosmetic change has done little to quell curiosity about what lies within those closely guarded vaults. Some researchers believe that the Vatican may possess copies of texts that were thought to be completely lost to history. Ancient libraries often maintained multiple copies of important works, and it's possible that documents destroyed elsewhere survived in the Vatican's collection. If so, these texts could provide invaluable insights into the development of early Christian thought. The mystery deepens when we consider the Vatican's relationship with other ancient libraries and archives. Throughout history, the Catholic Church has acquired documents from monasteries, private collectors, and even rival institutions. Some of these acquisitions occurred under circumstances that were less than transparent, leading to speculation that the Vatican may possess texts that were never intended for church hands. One particularly intriguing case involves the Library of Alexandria, the ancient world's greatest repository of knowledge. While most scholars believe that the library's contents were gradually dispersed and lost over several centuries, some researchers suggest that portions of its collection may have been secretly transferred to Christian institutions, including the Vatican, before the library's final destruction. If true, this would mean that the Vatican could possess ancient texts that predate Christianity entirely, including works by classical philosophers, scientists, and historians, whose complete writings are now lost to the world. Some of these texts might contain information that could shed new light on the historical context in which Christianity emerged. The question of missing biblical books becomes even more complex when we consider the role of translation and interpretation. Many early Christian texts were written in languages other than Latin or Greek, including Aramaic, Coptic, and various regional dialects. Some of these texts may have been excluded from the biblical canon simply because church authorities couldn't read them or didn't have access to reliable translations. This linguistic barrier may have resulted in the loss of entire traditions of Christian thought. Communities in different parts of the ancient world developed their own theological perspectives and produced their own sacred literature. But if these communities were cut off from the centers of church power, their contributions to Christian doctrine may have been ignored or forgotten. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church provides a fascinating example of how regional isolation can preserve texts that were lost elsewhere. The Ethiopian Bible includes several books that are not found in other Christian traditions, including the complete Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilees. These texts were preserved in the ancient Ge'ez language and maintained as part of Ethiopian Christian tradition, even as they disappeared from European Christianity. This raises the possibility that other regional Christian churches may possess similar treasures. The Coptic Orthodox Church in Egypt, the Syriac Orthodox Church, and various Eastern Orthodox traditions all developed independently from Roman Catholicism and may have preserved texts that the Vatican never encountered or chose to ignore. But the mystery of missing biblical books extends beyond simply finding lost texts. Even if every excluded book were to be rediscovered tomorrow, questions would remain about how to interpret them and what role they should play in modern Christianity. The canonization process wasn't just about determining which books were authentic. It was also about deciding which books conveyed the theological message that church leaders wanted to promote. Some excluded texts present theological ideas that directly contradict established Christian doctrine. The Gospel of Judas, discovered in the 1970s but not translated until 2006, portrays Judas Iscariot not as a traitor but as Jesus' most trusted disciple, the only one who truly understood his master's mission. According to this text, Judas's betrayal was actually an act of obedience, carried out at Jesus' own request. If authentic, the Gospel of Judas would completely revolutionize Christian understanding of the crucifixion story. But determining authenticity is itself a complex process that involves not just textual analysis, but also theological interpretation. Even if scholars could prove that the text was written in the 2nd century and contains genuine early Christian traditions, church authorities would still need to decide whether its theological message is compatible with existing Christian doctrine. This brings us back to the question of what might be hidden in the Vatican's archives. If the Church possesses texts that challenge Orthodox Christian theology, would it ever make them public? Or would such documents be permanently suppressed to protect the faith of believers? History suggests that the Vatican has not always been forthcoming about controversial documents in its possession. The Galileo affair demonstrated the Church's willingness to suppress scientific evidence that contradicted religious teaching, and similar patterns can be observed in the Church's handling of historical documents that might embarrass the institution or challenge its authority. But there's another possibility that's perhaps even more intriguing. What if the Vatican possesses texts that could actually strengthen Christian faith rather than weaken it? What if there are lost books that provide additional evidence for core Christian beliefs, or offer new insights into Jesus' teachings that would enrich rather than challenge orthodox doctrine? The Church's secrecy makes it impossible to know which scenario is more likely. But the very existence of that secrecy ensures that speculation will continue about what lies hidden in those guarded vaults beneath Vatican City. Recent advances in digital technology have created new possibilities for preserving and sharing ancient texts. High-resolution scanning and advanced imaging techniques can now reveal details in damaged manuscripts that were previously illegible. Some scholars hope that pressure from the international academic community will eventually force the Vatican to digitize and release more of its collection. But technology also raises new questions about authenticity and interpretation. As artificial intelligence becomes more sophisticated, it may become possible to reconstruct damaged or fragmentary texts with unprecedented accuracy. This could potentially allow scholars to recover the contents of biblical books that were thought to be irretrievably lost. However, such reconstruction would also raise questions about how much interpretation and speculation is acceptable when dealing with sacred texts. If an AI system could fill in the gaps in a fragmentary gospel using patterns derived from other early Christian writings, would the result be considered authentic? Or would it be merely an educated guess about what the original text might have said? These questions become even more complex when we consider the possibility that some excluded biblical books were deliberately destroyed rather than simply neglected. Throughout Christian history, there have been periods when church authorities actively sought to eliminate texts they considered heretical or dangerous. The Cathars, the Gnostics, and other religious movements saw their sacred writings systematically destroyed by Orthodox Christian forces. If some of these texts survived in hidden copies, they might still be discoverable today. Archaeological excavations occasionally uncover buried libraries or hidden manuscript collections, and it's possible that future discoveries could shed new light on the excluded books of the Bible. The mystery of the missing biblical books ultimately reflects a larger question about religious authority and the nature of truth itself. Who has the right to decide which spiritual texts are authentic and which are false? Can human institutions be trusted to make such determinations, or should individuals be free to explore the full range of early Christian writings and draw their own conclusions? These questions have taken on new urgency in the digital age, as excluded biblical texts become more widely available through online databases and popular publications. For the first time in centuries, ordinary believers have access to the same source materials that were once available only to church scholars and theologians. This democratization of religious knowledge has already begun to influence contemporary Christianity, as some believers incorporate ideas from excluded texts into their personal faith practices. While mainstream churches continue to maintain that the traditional biblical canon is complete and authoritative, growing numbers of Christians are exploring the broader landscape of early Christian literature. The Vatican's response to this trend has been mixed. While the Church continues to maintain that the biblical canon is closed and that excluded texts should not be considered equal to Scripture, some Catholic scholars have begun to acknowledge the historical and theological value of studying these materials in their proper context. But significant questions remain about what else might be hidden in the Vatican's archives. As long as those documents remain inaccessible to independent researchers, speculation will continue about whether the Church is protecting legitimate secrets or simply maintaining unnecessary secrecy around materials that could enrich human understanding of early Christianity. The mystery of the missing books of the Bible is ultimately a mystery about knowledge itself. In an age when information is increasingly democratized and accessible, the existence of hidden archives and secret documents seems almost anachronistic. Yet the Vatican continues to maintain that some knowledge is too sensitive or too complex for public consumption. Whether this secrecy serves a legitimate purpose or simply protects institutional interest remains an open question. But as long as those archives remain closed, the mystery will endure, tantalizing scholars and believers alike with the possibility that somewhere in those ancient vaults lies the key to understanding the true origins and complete message of Christianity. The relationship between the Vatican and Nazi Germany represents one of the most controversial and complex chapters in modern religious history. For decades, historians, theologians, and survivors have grappled with uncomfortable questions about the Catholic Church's response to the Holocaust and its dealings with Adolf Hitler's regime. Did the Vatican do enough to oppose Nazi atrocities? Were church leaders complicit in the persecution of Jews? And perhaps most troubling of all, did the Catholic Church actually help Nazi war criminals escape justice after World War II? These questions have persisted for nearly 80 years, fueled by secrecy, conflicting accounts, and the gradual release of previously classified documents. The Vatican's own archives remained largely closed to researchers until recently, making it difficult to separate fact from speculation. But even as more information becomes available, the full truth about the Church's wartime conduct remains elusive. The story begins in 1933, when Adolf Hitler rose to power in Germany. At the time, the Catholic Church was one of the most influential institutions in German society, with millions of faithful followers and a network of schools, hospitals, and social organizations. The Church's response to the Nazi regime would prove crucial in determining how Catholics throughout Europe would react to Hitler's radical agenda. Pope Pius XI was the head of the Catholic Church when the Nazis came to power. Initially, there seemed to be reason for optimism about church-state relations under the new regime. Hitler, despite his radical political views, had publicly expressed respect for Christianity and had even included references to God in his early speeches. Some Catholic leaders hoped that the Nazi Party might serve as a bulwark against the spread of communism, which the Church saw as a greater threat to religious freedom. This cautious optimism led to one of the most controversial decisions in Vatican history, the signing of the Reichskonkordat in July 1933. This agreement between the Vatican and Nazi Germany was supposed to guarantee the rights of German Catholics and protect the Church's autonomy in exchange for the Church's withdrawal from political activities. The Concordat seemed like a diplomatic victory for both sides. The Nazis gained international legitimacy and the appearance of religious support, while the Vatican secured what it believed were ironclad protections for Catholic institutions and believers. But the agreement would soon prove to be a devil's bargain that haunted the Church for decades to come. Almost immediately after the Concordat was signed, the Nazi regime began violating its terms. Catholic organizations were dissolved, religious education was restricted, and individual Catholics who opposed Nazi policies faced harassment and persecution. The Church found itself in an impossible position. Speaking out too forcefully against these violations might provoke even harsher retaliation, but remaining silent seemed to legitimize Nazi actions. Cardinal Eugenio Pacelli, who would later become Pope Pius XII, was the Vatican's Secretary of State during this period and played a crucial role in negotiating the Concordat. His supporters argue that he genuinely believed the agreement would protect German Catholics and that he could not have foreseen how completely the Nazis would ignore their commitments. Critics, however, suggest that the Vatican was naive at best and complicit at worst in legitimizing Hitler's regime. The situation became even more complex when Pacelli was elected Pope in March 1939, just months before Germany invaded Poland and triggered World War II. As Pope Pius XII, he would oversee the Catholic Church during the darkest period in human history, making decisions that would define his legacy and the Church's reputation for generations. One of the most persistent criticisms of Pope Pius XII concerns his response to the Holocaust. While the systematic extermination of European Jews was not fully understood until after the war, credible reports of mass killings began reaching the Vatican as early as 1942. The question that has haunted historians is whether the Pope did enough to speak out against these atrocities and use his moral authority to oppose them. Pius XII's defenders point to several factors that limited his ability to take a more forceful public stance. The Vatican was surrounded by Axis territory for most of the war, making it vulnerable to German retaliation. The Pope had to consider not only the safety of Catholics in Germany, but also the welfare of Catholic communities throughout Nazi-occupied Europe. A direct confrontation with Hitler might have provoked even harsher persecution of Catholics and Jews alike. There is also evidence that the Vatican worked behind the scenes to help Jewish refugees and provide intelligence to the Allied forces. Some Catholic institutions, including monasteries and convents, provided hiding places for Jews fleeing persecution. The Pope himself reportedly authorized the use of Vatican facilities to shelter refugees, and Catholic officials in various countries were involved in rescue efforts. But critics argue that these private actions, while admirable, were insufficient given the scale of the Holocaust and the moral authority of the papal office. They point out that other religious leaders, including some Protestant ministers and Orthodox priests, were more vocal in their opposition to Nazi policies despite facing similar risks. The question remains whether a more forceful public stance by the Pope might have saved lives and inspired greater resistance to Nazi atrocities. The debate over Pius XII's wartime conduct intensified with the 1963 premiere of The Deputy, a controversial play by German playwright Rolf Hochhuth. The play portrayed the Pope as a cold, calculating figure who remained silent about the Holocaust for political reasons. While historians have criticized many of the play's specific claims, it sparked a global debate about the Vatican's wartime record that continues to this day. In response to these criticisms, the Vatican has gradually opened its archives and released documents related to the wartime period. In 2020, Pope Francis made available the complete archive of Pius XII's papacy, allowing researchers unprecedented access to Vatican communications during World War II. These documents have provided new insights into the Pope's thinking and actions, but they have not definitively resolved the controversies surrounding his legacy. But the question of Vatican-Nazi relations extends beyond the actions of any single pope or the official policies of the church hierarchy. There is substantial evidence that individual Catholic clergy and institutions were involved in helping Nazi war criminals escape justice after the war ended. This network of assistance, sometimes called the Rat Line, allowed hundreds of former Nazis to flee Europe and establish new lives in South America and other distant locations. The most notorious case involves Adolf Eichmann, one of the architects of the Holocaust, who escaped to Argentina with the help of Catholic contacts. Eichmann lived openly in Buenos Aires for years before Israeli agents finally captured him in 1960. His escape route reportedly involved Catholic monasteries and clergy who provided false documents and safe passage. But Eichmann was not alone. Other high-ranking Nazi officials, including Klaus Barbie, the Butcher of Lyon, and Franz Stangl, commandant of the Treblinka extermination camp, also reached South America with apparent Catholic assistance. The pattern was so consistent that it suggested an organized network rather than isolated acts of misguided charity. The Vatican has consistently denied any official involvement in these escape routes, maintaining that any assistance provided by Catholic clergy was unauthorized and contrary to church policy. Church officials argue that some priests may have been deceived about the true identities of the people they were helping, believing they were assisting legitimate refugees rather than war criminals. However, documents discovered in various archives suggest that the situation was more complex. Some Catholic officials apparently knew or suspected the true identities of the people they were helping, but believed that Christian charity required them to provide assistance regardless of past actions. Others may have been motivated by anti-communist sentiment, viewing former Nazis as potential allies in the emerging Cold War struggle against the Soviet Union. The most controversial figure in this network was Bishop Hudel, rector of the German National Church in Rome. Hudel made no secret of his anti-communist views and his belief that former Nazis could serve as useful allies against Soviet expansion. He reportedly maintained contacts with Nazi officials throughout the war and continued to assist them afterward, operating with apparent Vatican knowledge, if not explicit approval. Hudel's activities raised troubling questions about how much Vatican officials knew about the Rattling network and whether they took adequate steps to prevent it. While the Church has maintained that Hudel acted independently, critics point out that his position and activities would have been difficult to hide from Vatican authorities. The controversy deepened with revelations about the Vatican's post-war relationship with Croatian Catholic clergy who had collaborated with the Nazi puppet state in Croatia. The Ustasha regime, led by Ante Pavelic, was responsible for the massacre of hundreds of thousands of Serbs, Jews, and Roma during the war. Some Catholic clergy, particularly Franciscan priests, were directly involved in these atrocities. After the war, several Croatian war criminals, including Pavelic himself, escaped to South America with apparent Catholic assistance. The Vatican's role in these escapes remains unclear, but the pattern suggests at minimum a failure to adequately investigate the backgrounds of those seeking church help. These cases have led some historians to argue that the Vatican's post-war conduct was more troubling than its wartime actions. While the Church's wartime silence might be explained by the extraordinary circumstances and dangers of the Nazi period, the post-war assistance to war criminals occurred when the full extent of Nazi atrocities was widely known, and there was no immediate threat to church safety. The Vatican's response to these allegations has evolved over the decades. Initially, church officials denied any institutional involvement and attributed any problematic actions to individual clergy acting without authorization. More recently, the Church has acknowledged that mistakes were made and that some Catholics failed to live up to the Church's moral teachings during and after the war. In 2000, Pope John Paul II issued a sweeping apology for the Catholic Church's historical failures, including its response to the Holocaust. The document, titled "We Remember," a reflection on the Shoah, acknowledged that many Catholics did not do enough to help Jewish victims of Nazi persecution. However, the apology stopped short of accepting institutional responsibility and continued to defend Pope Pius XII's wartime conduct. The release of Vatican archives has provided new details about the Church's wartime activities, but it has also raised new questions. Some documents suggest that Vatican officials were better informed about Nazi atrocities than previously acknowledged. Others indicate that the Church maintained diplomatic contacts with Nazi officials throughout the war, raising questions about the nature of these relationships. One particularly controversial document is a 1942 memo from a Vatican official reporting on the situation of Jews in Nazi-occupied territory. The memo describes deportations and mass killings in matter-of-fact language, suggesting that Vatican officials had detailed knowledge of what was happening. Critics argue that this information should have prompted a more forceful papal response. Defenders of the Vatican's wartime record point to other documents that show church officials working to help victims of Nazi persecution. There are records of Vatican interventions on behalf of individual Jews, efforts to provide humanitarian assistance, and communications with allied governments about Nazi atrocities. These documents suggest that the Church was not indifferent to Jewish suffering, even if its public response was muted. The debate over these documents reflects broader questions about how historical evidence should be interpreted. The same document can be read as evidence of Vatican complicity or Vatican concern, depending on one's perspective and the weight given to context and circumstances. But beyond the specific questions about Vatican conduct during World War II, these controversies raise larger issues about institutional responsibility and moral authority. How should religious organizations balance practical concerns about safety and survival against moral imperatives to speak out against injustice? When does pragmatic silence become complicity? These questions have particular relevance today as religious institutions continue to grapple with their responses to genocide, persecution, and human rights abuses around the world. The Vatican's wartime record serves as both a cautionary tale and a reminder of the complex challenges facing religious leaders in times of crisis. The Catholic Church's relationship with memory and history has also been shaped by these controversies. The process of canonization, by which individuals are declared saints, has been influenced by debates over wartime conduct. Pope Pius XII's cause for sainthood has been slowed by concerns about his wartime record, while other Catholics who opposed the Nazis have been fast-tracked for canonization. This selective memory has raised questions about whether the Church is adequately confronting its past or simply promoting a sanitized version of history that downplays uncomfortable truths. The Vatican's decision to open its archives represents a step toward greater transparency, but critics argue that more needs to be done to acknowledge and address the Church's historical failures. The influence of Holocaust survivors and their descendants has been crucial in keeping these issues in the public consciousness. Organizations like the Simon Wiesenthal Center have continued to investigate Nazi war criminals and the networks that helped them escape justice. Their research has provided much of the evidence linking Catholic institutions to post-war escape routes. At the same time, Jewish-Catholic relations have improved dramatically since the 1960s, particularly following the Second Vatican Council's declaration on the relationship between the Church and non-Christian religions. This document, known as Nostra Aetate, explicitly rejected the notion that Jews were collectively responsible for Jesus' death and called for dialogue and mutual understanding between Catholics and Jews. The improvement in Jewish-Catholic relations has created a more constructive context for examining historical controversies. Rather than simply assigning blame, scholars from both traditions have worked together to understand the complex factors that shaped Catholic responses to the Holocaust. This collaborative approach has produced more nuanced and historically accurate accounts than the polarized debates of earlier decades. However, significant disagreements remain about how to interpret specific events and decisions. The question of Pope Pius XII's legacy continues to divide historians, with some viewing him as a prudent leader who did what he could under impossible circumstances, and others seeing him as a moral failure who prioritized institutional interests over human lives. The Vatican's handling of these controversies has also been influenced by broader changes in the Catholic Church since the 1960s. The Second Vatican Council's emphasis on social justice and human rights has created a framework for acknowledging past failures and committing to better conduct in the future. Pope Francis, in particular, has been more willing than his predecessors to acknowledge the Church's historical mistakes and to call for institutional reform. His decision to open the Vatican archives related to Pope Pius XII was seen as a significant step toward transparency and accountability. But even as the Vatican has become more open about its wartime record, new controversies continue to emerge. Recent research has revealed previously unknown connections between Catholic institutions and Nazi networks, while other studies have uncovered evidence of Catholic resistance to Nazi policies that was not previously recognized. The complexity of these historical relationships defies simple narratives of collaboration or resistance. The reality is that different Catholic institutions and individuals responded to Nazi policies in different ways, sometimes simultaneously helping and hindering Nazi objectives. This complexity makes it difficult to reach definitive judgments about the Church's overall record. What seems clear is that the Catholic Church, like many institutions of the time, was unprepared for the unprecedented nature of Nazi atrocities and struggled to develop an adequate response. The Church's diplomatic traditions, hierarchical structure, and concern for institutional survival all influenced its wartime conduct in ways that seem problematic in hindsight. The post-war assistance to Nazi war criminals appears more difficult to justify, as it occurred when the full extent of Nazi crimes was widely known, and there was no immediate threat to church safety. These actions suggest at minimum a failure of moral leadership, and at worst a deliberate decision to prioritize political considerations over justice for Holocaust victims. As more archives are opened and more research is conducted, our understanding of these events will continue to evolve. But the fundamental questions about institutional responsibility and moral courage will remain relevant as long as religious and other institutions face choices between safety and principle, between pragmatism and moral clarity. The Vatican's relationship with Nazi Germany serves as a reminder that even institutions founded on moral principles can fail to live up to their own teachings when faced with extraordinary circumstances. It also demonstrates the importance of transparency and accountability in maintaining public trust and moral authority. The ongoing debates over these issues reflect not just disagreements about historical facts, but deeper questions about the nature of moral responsibility and the role of religious institutions in society. As the world continues to face genocide, persecution, and human rights abuses, the lessons of this dark chapter in Vatican history remain painfully relevant. Whether the Catholic Church has adequately learned from its wartime failures, and whether it would respond differently to similar challenges today, remains an open question. The Church's actions in contemporary crises, from clerical abuse scandals to responses to authoritarian governments, suggest that the struggle between institutional interests and moral principles continues. The mystery of the Vatican's relationship with Nazi Germany may never be fully resolved, as new evidence continues to emerge and interpretations continue to evolve. But the ongoing examination of this history serves an important purpose in holding institutions accountable and ensuring that the lessons of the past are not forgotten. In the end, the Vatican's wartime record serves as both a cautionary tale about the dangers of moral compromise and a reminder of the complex challenges facing religious leaders in times of crisis. The full truth about these events may remain elusive, but the effort to understand them remains essential for both historical accuracy and moral clarity. In the hills of Portugal, in a small town called Fatima, something happened in 1917 that would shake the Catholic Church to its very core. 3 shepherd children claimed they had witnessed the Virgin Mary herself, appearing to them on the 13th day of each month for 6 consecutive months. What started as the innocent testimony of children would eventually become one of the most controversial and mysterious events in Catholic history. But this isn't just a story about apparitions or religious faith. This is about secrets. Secrets so profound that they were locked away in the Vatican's most secure archives for decades. Secrets that some believe could reveal the future of humanity itself, while others suspect they contain truths so disturbing that they could never be shared with the world. The children were Lucia dos Santos, age 10, and her cousins Francisco and Jacinta Mardo, ages 9 and 7. During these encounters, they claimed the Virgin Mary shared with them 3 secrets. The first 2 were eventually revealed to the world, speaking of hell, World War II, and the consecration of Russia. But the third secret, the final revelation, remained hidden in the depths of the Vatican for over 80 years. What could be so dangerous, so earth-shattering, that the Catholic Church would keep it locked away from over 1 billion believers worldwide? And when it was finally revealed in the year 2000, why did so many people refuse to believe that what was disclosed was the complete truth? Let's step back to that summer day in 1917 when everything began. The three children were tending their sheep in a field called Cova de Iria when they first claimed to see a beautiful woman dressed in white, more brilliant than the sun. She told them to return to the same spot on the 13th of each month, and that she would reveal who she was and what she wanted. Word spread quickly through the small Portuguese town, and as the months passed, larger and larger crowds gathered to witness what the children claimed was happening. By October 13th, the final apparition, an estimated 70,000 people had gathered in the field. What happened that day would become known as the miracle of the sun, where witnesses claimed the sun danced in the sky, changed colors, and appeared to plummet toward Earth before returning to its normal position. But it was during the July 13th apparition that the Virgin Mary allegedly revealed the three secrets to the children. The first secret was a vision of hell, a terrifying glimpse of souls in torment that traumatized the young witnesses. The second secret concerned World War II and contained a prophecy about Russia's role in spreading error throughout the world, along with instructions for the Pope to consecrate Russia to Mary's Immaculate Heart. Then came the third secret, and here's where the mystery deepens. Unlike the first two secrets, which Lucia wrote down relatively soon after the apparitions, the third secret remained unwritten for years. It wasn't until 1944, when Lucia was a nun and feared she might die from illness, that she finally committed the third secret to paper on the orders of the Bishop of Laria. But even then, the secret was not meant for immediate disclosure. Lucia sealed it in an envelope with instructions that it should only be opened in 1960 or upon her death, whichever came first. She later explained that she believed by 1960 the secret would be clearer and easier to understand. The sealed envelope made its way through church hierarchy until it finally reached the Vatican in 1957, where it was placed in the Holy Office archives. Pope John XXIII opened and read it in 1959, a year before the specified date. His reaction was telling. He decided not to reveal it to the world and instead returned it to the archives. Pope Paul VI also read the secret, and he too chose to keep it hidden. Pope John Paul I, who reigned for only 33 days, likely never had the chance to fully consider it. But when Pope John Paul II came to power, the third secret would take on new significance. On May 13, 1981, exactly 64 years after the first apparition at Fatima, Pope John Paul II was shot in St. Peter's Square by Mehmet Ali Agca. The Pope survived the assassination attempt, and he later claimed that the Virgin Mary of Fatima had guided the bullet away from vital organs, saving his life. This near-death experience sparked his intense interest in the Fatima secrets. For years, speculation about the third secret ran wild. Some believed it foretold the end of the world, nuclear war, or the apostasy of the Catholic Church. Others suggested it revealed that the Pope himself would be assassinated, or that it contained shocking revelations about the nature of God or Christ. The longer the Vatican kept it secret, the more dramatic the theories became. Religious scholars, journalists, and conspiracy theorists all offered their own interpretations of what the secret might contain. Some pointed to various disasters and wars throughout the 20th century as potential fulfillments of the prophecy. Others believed the secret was so terrible that revealing it would cause mass panic or the collapse of faith itself. The pressure to reveal the secret grew throughout the 1980s and 90s. Faithful Catholics demanded to know what the Virgin Mary had supposedly told the children. Media outlets speculated endlessly about its contents. Finally, in the year 2000, During the beatification of Francisco and Jacinta Marto, Pope John Paul II authorized the release of what the Vatican claimed was the complete third secret. According to the official Vatican disclosure, the third secret was a vision of a bishop dressed in white, presumed to be the Pope, walking through a ruined city filled with corpses. He climbs a steep mountain topped with a cross, where he is killed by soldiers who shoot him with bullets and arrows. Other bishops, priests, and laypeople are also martyred in the vision. Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, who would later become Pope Benedict XVI, provided the official interpretation. He stated that the vision referred to the persecution of Christians in the 20th century, and specifically to the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II. The ruined city represented the suffering of the Church, and the Pope's survival of the shooting showed that Mary's protection had prevented the complete fulfillment of the vision. But this explanation satisfied almost no one. Critics immediately pointed out several problems with the official version. First, the Pope in the vision actually dies, whereas John Paul II survived his assassination attempt. Second, the vision shows mass martyrdom of clergy and laypeople, which didn't correspond to the events of 1981. Third, many people expected the third secret to be words from the Virgin Mary, similar to the first two secrets, not merely a vision. Most troubling of all, Sister Lucia herself seemed to contradict the official interpretation. In interviews after the revelation, she made statements suggesting that the complete fulfillment of the third secret still lay in the future. She spoke of an apostasy within the Church starting at the top, and of a final confrontation between good and evil that had yet to occur. This led to widespread speculation that the Vatican had only revealed part of the third secret, or had provided a deliberately misleading interpretation. Some Vatican experts, known as Fatimologists, began analyzing every word of the official disclosure, looking for clues about what might have been omitted. One of the most vocal critics was Father Nicholas Gruner, a priest who dedicated his life to promoting devotion to Fatima. He argued that the real third secret contained specific prophecies about a crisis of faith within the Catholic Church, possibly involving a false pope or anti-pope. He pointed to various statements by Sister Lucia over the years that seemed to support this interpretation. Another prominent critic was the Italian journalist Antonio Sacchi, who wrote extensively about the Fatima secrets. Sacchi argued that there were two parts to the third secret: the vision that was revealed, and a separate text containing words from the Virgin Mary that remained hidden. He based this theory on careful analysis of Vatican documents and statements by church officials. The controversy was further fueled by the fact that Sister Lucia, the last surviving visionary, was kept largely isolated in her convent after the official revelation. She rarely gave interviews, and when she did, her statements were often carefully controlled by church authorities. This led to suspicions that she was being prevented from revealing the complete truth. Some of the most intriguing evidence for a cover-up comes from the physical description of the third secret document itself. When the Vatican released photographs of Lucia's handwritten text, experts noted that it appeared to be written on a single sheet of paper and contained only a few dozen lines. However, in previous interviews, church officials had described the third secret as being longer and more detailed. Additionally, the envelope in which Lucia sealed the secret was described as being larger than what would be needed for the document that was eventually revealed. This discrepancy led some to speculate that there was indeed a second, longer document that remained hidden. The timing of certain events also raised questions. Why did 3 different popes choose not to reveal the secret when they first read it? If it simply referred to the persecution of Christians and the assassination attempt on John Paul II, why was it considered too sensitive to release earlier? The Vatican's explanation that the secret needed to be understood in the context of the attempted assassination doesn't fully address why it was kept hidden for decades before that event occurred. Another puzzling aspect is the reaction of the various popes who read the secret. Witnesses described Pope John XXIII as being visibly shaken after reading it, and he reportedly said that it did not refer to his pontificate. Pope Paul VI was said to have wept after reading it. These reactions seem disproportionate if the secret merely contained a symbolic vision of Christian persecution. The controversy deepened when Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone, who was involved in the official revelation, made statements that seemed to contradict earlier Vatican positions. In interviews and in his book, Bertone insisted that the complete secret had been revealed and that there were no hidden documents. However, his explanations contained several inconsistencies that critics were quick to point out. For instance, Bertone claimed that Sister Lucia had confirmed that the entire secret was revealed, but recordings of his conversations with her suggested a more ambiguous response. He also made statements about the physical characteristics of the secret documents that didn't match the evidence presented by the Vatican. The mystery is further complicated by the fact that Sister Lucia died in 2005, taking any additional knowledge she might have had to her grave. In her final years, she made several cryptic statements about future trials for the Church and the world, but it's unclear whether these related to unrevealed portions of the third secret or were simply her personal reflections on current events. Some researchers have attempted to piece together clues from Lucia's various statements over the decades. In interviews from the 1980s and 90s, she spoke about a great apostasy that would begin at the top of the church hierarchy. She mentioned that Portugal would preserve the dogma of faith, implying that other countries, including Italy and the Vatican, might not. She also spoke of a final battle between the Virgin Mary and Satan that would determine the fate of humanity. These statements don't align neatly with the official interpretation of the third secret, as referring primarily to 20th century persecution of Christians. Instead, they suggest ongoing or future events that could still unfold. This has led some to believe that the real third secret contains specific prophecies about the state of the Catholic Church in the 21st century and beyond. The debate over the third secret has also become entangled with broader discussions about the direction of the Catholic Church. Conservative Catholics who are critical of recent changes in church doctrine and practice often point to the Fatima secrets as prophetic warnings about apostasy and moral decay. They see the alleged suppression of the complete third secret as evidence of a conspiracy within the Vatican to hide inconvenient truths. On the other hand, more liberal Catholics and many church officials argue that the focus on hidden secrets distracts from the essential message of Fatima, which they see as a call to prayer, penance, and conversion. They view the continued speculation about unrevealed portions of the third secret as conspiracy theorizing that undermines faith rather than strengthening it. The scientific and historical approach to the Fatima events also raises questions about the nature of the secrets themselves. Skeptics point out that the secrets, as revealed, contain remarkably specific references to 20th century events that the children of 1917 could not have known about. This suggests either genuine prophetic ability or later embellishment of the original accounts. Some historians have noted that the written accounts of the secrets evolved over time, with details being added or modified in later versions. Sister Lucia's memoirs, written decades after the original apparitions, contain elements that weren't present in her earliest testimonies. This natural evolution of memory and narrative complicates efforts to determine what was originally revealed and what might have been added later. The geopolitical context of the Fatima secrets also adds layers of complexity to the mystery. The second secret's focus on Russia and communism made the Fatima message particularly relevant during the Cold War era. Some have suggested that the Vatican's handling of the third secret was influenced by political considerations, particularly the Church's complex relationship with both Western democracies and communist nations. The fall of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War changed this dynamic significantly. Some interpreted these events as the fulfillment of Fatima's prophecies about Russia's conversion. However, others argue that the promised consecration of Russia was never properly performed according to the Virgin Mary's specifications, leaving the prophecies incomplete. This ongoing debate about the proper consecration of Russia adds another dimension to the third secret controversy. If the second secret's requirements haven't been fully met, then the third secret's warnings about future calamities might still be relevant. This interpretation keeps the mystery alive and suggests that significant events predicted at Fatima may yet unfold. The role of Sister Lucia herself in maintaining or resolving the mystery cannot be understated. As the only visionary who lived to see the official revelation of the third secret, her testimony was crucial. However, her advanced age, her seclusion in religious life, and the Church's careful management of her public statements made it difficult to get clear, unambiguous answers from her about the completeness of the revelation. Some of her final interviews contained tantalizing hints that there was more to the story. She spoke of future trials for the Church that would be more severe than anything experienced in the past. She mentioned that the final battle between good and evil was approaching, and that faithful Catholics would need to prepare themselves spiritually. Whether these statements referred to hidden portions of the third secret or were simply her personal spiritual insights remains unclear. The technological age has added new dimensions to the Fatima mystery. The internet has allowed researchers from around the world to collaborate in analyzing Vatican documents, sharing theories, and building communities of people interested in uncovering the truth. Digital analysis of photographs and documents has revealed details that weren't visible to earlier researchers. However, the same technology has also enabled the spread of unfounded conspiracy theories and misinformation. The line between legitimate scholarly inquiry and speculative theorizing has become increasingly blurred in online discussions of the Fatima secrets. As we move further into the 21st century, the third secret of Fatima remains one of the Catholic Church's most enduring mysteries. Whether or not additional portions remain hidden, the official revelation has not ended the debate. Instead, it has sparked new questions about the nature of prophetic revelation, the authority of church hierarchy, and the relationship between divine messages and human interpretation. The mystery persists because it touches on fundamental questions about faith, truth, and the future of humanity. Even if every document related to the third secret were eventually released, interpretive debates would likely continue. Prophetic texts, by their very nature, are open to multiple meanings and can be understood differently by different people at different times. What makes the third secret of Fatima particularly compelling is not just its hidden content, but what it represents about the relationship between the divine and human institutions. If the Virgin Mary truly appeared to 3 children in Portugal over a century ago, and if she really did reveal secrets about the future of the world, then the way those secrets have been handled by the church hierarchy tells us something important about how divine messages are filtered through human organizations. The ongoing controversy also reflects deeper tensions within Catholicism about authority, tradition, and change. Those who believe the complete secret remains hidden often see themselves as defending traditional Catholic teaching against modern compromises. Those who accept the official revelation often view the continued speculation as divisive and harmful to church unity. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the entire controversy is how it has taken on a life of its own, independent of whatever the original secret may have contained. The mystery of the third secret has become as significant as the secret itself, generating decades of research, debate, and devotion that have shaped Catholic thought and practice in ways that the original message, whatever it was, might never have achieved. High in the mountains of southeastern Arizona, on a peak called Mount Graham, stands one of the world's most advanced astronomical observatories. The Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, operated by the Vatican Observatory Research Group, scans the heavens night after night, searching for answers to some of the universe's deepest mysteries. But there's something about this facility that has sparked controversy and conspiracy theories for decades. You see, this telescope, officially known as the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, or VATT, has acquired a rather unsettling nickname among researchers and conspiracy theorists alike. They call it the Lucifer telescope. The question that haunts many people is simple yet disturbing. Why would the Catholic Church, an institution dedicated to fighting evil and promoting good, name one of its most important scientific instruments after the devil himself? The story becomes even more mysterious when you dig deeper into the details. Mount Graham, where the telescope sits, is considered sacred land by the Apache people who have lived in the region for centuries. They believe the mountain is home to powerful spirits, and that disturbing it brings bad luck and spiritual contamination. The Apache fought for years to prevent the construction of the telescope complex, viewing it as a desecration of their holy site. But the Vatican pressed ahead with the project anyway, joining with other institutions to build what would become the Mount Graham International Observatory. The official reason given was the pursuit of scientific knowledge and the Church's desire to bridge the gap between faith and science. However, critics wondered whether there might be darker motivations behind the project. The name Lucifer, according to official sources, is actually an acronym. It stands for Large Binocular Telescope Near Infrared Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research. The Vatican and its scientific partners insist that the name is purely coincidental, a result of the technical specifications needed to create a memorable acronym for the instrument. But many people find this explanation hard to swallow. After all, with all the possible combinations of words that could describe an advanced telescope, how likely is it that they would accidentally spell out the name of Satan? And why would the Catholic Church, which is usually extremely careful about symbolism and nomming, allow such a controversial designation to stand? To understand the full implications of this mystery, we need to look at the Vatican's complex relationship with astronomy and science throughout history. The Catholic Church has a long and sometimes troubled history with astronomical research. The trial of Galileo Galilei in the 17th century, where the Church condemned him for supporting the heliocentric model of the solar system, remains one of the most famous conflicts between religious authority and scientific discovery. However, the modern Vatican has taken a very different approach to astronomy. The Vatican Observatory, one of the oldest astronomical research institutions in the world, has been actively engaged in cutting-edge research for centuries. The Church's current position is that scientific discovery enhances rather than threatens faith, revealing the intricate design and beauty of God's creation. The Vatican Observatory was originally located at the Papal Summer Residence in Castel Gandolfo, Italy, but increasing light pollution and atmospheric conditions made serious astronomical observation increasingly difficult. By the 1980s, Vatican astronomers were searching for a new location that would provide the clear, dark skies necessary for modern research. Mount Graham in Arizona emerged as an ideal location. At over 10,000 feet above sea level, with exceptionally stable atmospheric conditions and minimal light pollution, it offered some of the best observing conditions in North America. The University of Arizona was already planning an observatory complex there, and the Vatican saw an opportunity to participate in a world-class facility. The partnership made sense from a scientific standpoint. The Vatican would contribute funding and expertise while gaining access to cutting-edge facilities and collaboration with leading researchers. The project was approved, and construction began in the early 1990s. But the controversy began almost immediately. The Apache people, particularly the San Carlos Apache tribe, considered Mount Graham to be one of their most sacred sites. According to their traditions, the mountain is home to the spirits of their ancestors and is essential to their religious practices. They viewed the construction of the observatory as a violation of their religious freedom and a desecration of holy ground. Environmental groups also opposed the project, arguing that the construction would damage the fragile ecosystem of Mount Graham, which is home to several endangered species, including the Mount Graham red squirrel. Legal battles ensued, with various groups attempting to halt construction through the courts. Despite these challenges, the observatory complex was completed, and the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope began operations in the mid-1990s. The facility quickly established itself as a leader in astronomical research, contributing to discoveries about exoplanets, star formation, and galaxy evolution. However, the controversy over the Lucifer name continued to grow. As news of the telescope spread, many Catholics and other religious individuals expressed shock and dismay that the Church would associate itself with anything bearing Satan's name, even if it was supposedly just an acronym. The situation became more complicated when researchers began looking into the technical specifications and capabilities of the telescope. The VATT and its associated instruments are specifically designed to observe infrared light, which is invisible to the human eye but can reveal details about celestial objects that optical telescopes cannot detect. Infrared astronomy has many legitimate scientific applications. It can penetrate dust clouds that obscure visible light, allowing astronomers to study star formation regions and the centers of galaxies. It can also detect the heat signatures of planets and other objects that don't emit much visible light. These capabilities have led to numerous important discoveries about the nature of the universe. But some conspiracy theorists have suggested that infrared telescopes might have other applications as well. They point out that infrared detection is also used in military surveillance and tracking systems. Could the Vatican be using its astronomical facilities for purposes beyond pure scientific research? This speculation is fueled by the Church's historical connections to intelligence gathering and political influence. Throughout history, the Vatican has maintained extensive networks of information and has often been involved in international political affairs. Some theorists suggest that the Church's astronomical facilities could be used to monitor satellite communications or track unidentified flying objects. The location of the Mount Graham Observatory also adds to the intrigue. Arizona has long been associated with UFO sightings and alleged government cover-ups of extraterrestrial activity. The famous Roswell incident occurred in nearby New Mexico, and the area has been a hotbed of UFO reports for decades. Some conspiracy theorists suggest that the Vatican telescope is actually designed to monitor extraterrestrial activity rather than conduct conventional astronomical research. This theory is supported by the fact that the Vatican has made some surprising statements about the possibility of extraterrestrial life. In 2008, the Vatican's chief astronomer, Jose Gabriel Funds, stated that the existence of life on other planets would not contradict Catholic teaching. He suggested that if extraterrestrial beings exist, they too would be part of God's creation. More recently, Vatican astronomers have been involved in the search for exoplanets and have expressed interest in the possibility of finding signs of life elsewhere in the universe. This openness to extraterrestrial life has surprised many observers and has led to speculation about what the Church might know about the subject. The naming controversy took on new dimensions when researchers discovered that other instruments and projects associated with the Mount Graham Observatory also had unusual names. For instance, there's the Large Binocular Telescope, which uses advanced adaptive optics systems with names like the First Light Adaptive Optics System, or FLAO. Some conspiracy theorists have suggested that these names are not coincidental, but are part of a deliberate pattern of occult symbolism. They point to various esoteric traditions that use light and darkness symbolism in ways that could be reflected in the telescope names. The Vatican's response to these controversies has been consistent, but not entirely satisfying to critics. Church officials maintain that the Lucifer acronym is purely coincidental and that the telescope is used solely for legitimate scientific research. They point to the numerous peer-reviewed papers published using data from the facility as evidence of its scientific legitimacy. However, the Vatican has also acknowledged the sensitivity of the naming issue. In recent years, they have tended to refer to the instrument by its full technical name, or simply as the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, rather than using the Lucifer acronym. This change suggests that church officials recognize the problematic nature of the name, even if they maintain it was unintentional. The scientific community has generally supported the Vatican's position, noting that the research conducted at Mount Graham follows standard astronomical practices and contributes valuable data to the global scientific community. The facility has been involved in numerous collaborative projects with other observatories and has helped train graduate students from around the world. But the controversy persists, fueled in part by the broader cultural suspicions about the Catholic Church's secret activities and hidden knowledge. The Church's long history, vast archives, and secretive nature have made it a natural target for conspiracy theories. Any unusual activity or mysterious naming is quickly seized upon as evidence of hidden agendas. The situation is further complicated by the Church's own statements about the nature of evil and spiritual warfare. Catholic doctrine teaches that Satan is a real entity who actively opposes God's will and seeks to corrupt humanity. Given this belief system, many Catholics find it deeply troubling that their church would have any association with Lucifer's name, regardless of the explanation. Some theologians have suggested that the naming controversy reflects a deeper spiritual dimension to the conflict. They argue that Satan, as the father of lies and master of deception, would naturally seek to corrupt or co-opt humanity's attempts to understand God's creation. From this perspective, the Lucifer name might not be coincidental, but could represent a form of spiritual attack on the Church's scientific mission. This interpretation is rejected by Vatican scientists, who maintain that their work is purely scientific and that they take appropriate spiritual precautions in their research. They point out that many of the astronomers working at the facility are ordained priests who are deeply committed to their faith and would not knowingly participate in anything contrary to church teaching. The technological capabilities of the Vatican telescope have also raised questions about what the church might be looking for in space. The VATT is equipped with extremely sensitive instruments that can detect very faint objects and analyze their chemical composition through spectroscopy. While these capabilities are standard for modern astronomical research, they could theoretically be used to detect artificial objects or unusual phenomena that might indicate intelligent activity. Some researchers have noted that the Catholic Church has a long history of interest in prophecy and eschatology, the study of end-times events. Biblical prophecies speak of signs in the heavens that will precede the second coming of Christ and the end of the world as we know it. Could the Vatican be using its telescopes to watch for these prophetic signs? This possibility is supported by the Church's continued emphasis on the importance of biblical prophecy and its efforts to understand how modern events might relate to ancient predictions. The Vatican regularly issues statements about current events from a prophetic perspective, and many church leaders believe that we are living in the final stages of human history before Christ's return. The infrared capabilities of the Lucifer telescope are particularly intriguing in this context. Many biblical prophecies speak of cosmic events involving fire, burning, and great heat. An infrared telescope would be ideally suited to detect such phenomena, potentially giving the Church advance warning of prophetic events. The location of Mount Graham may also be significant from a prophetic standpoint. The American Southwest has long been associated with supernatural phenomena, from Native American spiritual traditions to modern UFO sightings. Some researchers have suggested that certain geographical locations may be more sensitive to spiritual or supernatural activity, making them ideal locations for monitoring such phenomena. The Apache people's strong opposition to the telescope construction takes on new meaning in this context. Their ancestors may have recognized something about Mount Graham that modern science doesn't fully understand. The fact that they consider it sacred and believe that disturbing it brings spiritual contamination suggests that the mountain may have properties that go beyond conventional physical characteristics. From the Apache perspective, the construction of the observatory complex may have disrupted spiritual forces or opened portals to other dimensions. Some traditional healers have warned that the telescopes could be attracting or enabling contact with malevolent spiritual entities, which would explain the troubling symbolism surrounding the project. The timing of the Mount Graham Observatory construction is also noteworthy. The project began in the 1980s and was completed in the 1990s, a period of significant change and upheaval in the Catholic Church. This was the era of numerous reported apparitions of the Virgin Mary around the world, increased interest in Catholic prophecy, and growing awareness of spiritual warfare within church leadership. Some observers have suggested that the Vatican's sudden interest in advanced astronomical capabilities during this period was not coincidental, but was driven by specific spiritual or prophetic concerns. The Church may have been seeking ways to monitor cosmic phenomena that could be related to end times events or spiritual manifestations. The relationship between the Vatican Observatory and other church institutions also raises questions. The observatory maintains close ties with the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, formerly known as the Holy Office of the Inquisition, which is responsible for protecting Catholic doctrine from heretical influences. This connection suggests that astronomical research may be viewed by church leadership as having potential doctrinal implications. The Vatican Secret Archives, which contain centuries of confidential church documents, likely include materials related to astronomical observations and their theological interpretations. Some researchers have speculated that these archives might contain records of unusual phenomena or encounters that have influenced the Church's approach to modern astronomical research. The question of what the Vatican might be hiding extends beyond the Lucifer telescope to the broader question of the Church's knowledge about extraterrestrial life, spiritual dimensions, and the nature of reality itself. As one of the world's oldest and most secretive institutions, the Catholic Church has had centuries to accumulate knowledge and experience that might not be available to other organizations. The Church's recent openness to the possibility of extraterrestrial life represents a significant shift from its historical position. For centuries, Catholic doctrine emphasized the unique nature of Earth and humanity in God's creation. The suggestion that life might exist elsewhere in the universe has profound theological implications that the Church is still working to understand. Some theologians have suggested that contact with extraterrestrial intelligence could pose challenges to core Christian beliefs about salvation, the uniqueness of Christ, and humanity's special relationship with God. The Church's interest in astronomical research might be driven partly by a desire to prepare for such possibilities and to develop theological frameworks that could accommodate them. The Lucifer telescope controversy ultimately reflects broader questions about the relationship between science and faith, the nature of evil, and the Church's role in understanding cosmic mysteries. Whether the name is truly coincidental or represents something more sinister may be less important than what the controversy reveals about people's deep-seated suspicions and fears about institutional power and hidden knowledge. As technology continues to advance and our understanding of the universe expands, these questions are likely to become even more pressing. The Catholic Church, with its global influence and historical continuity, will undoubtedly continue to play a significant role in shaping how humanity interprets and responds to new discoveries about the cosmos. The mystery of the Lucifer telescope may never be fully resolved, but it serves as a fascinating window into the complex intersection of faith, science, and human curiosity about the unknown. Whether viewed as a simple coincidence, a spiritual attack, or evidence of hidden knowledge, the controversy continues to capture imaginations and fuel speculation about what secrets might still be hidden in the mountaintop observatory high above the Arizona desert. Standing tall in the heart of St. Peter's Square, piercing the Roman sky at over 84 feet in height, rises one of the most enigmatic monuments in the world. The Vatican Obelisk, a massive granite needle weighing over 300 tons, has watched over the eternal city for nearly 2,000 years. But here's what makes this ancient monument so mysterious. It doesn't belong there. In fact, it doesn't belong anywhere near Rome at all. This towering stone giant was carved from a single piece of red granite in the quarries of ancient Egypt, thousands of miles away from where it now stands. But how did it get there? And more importantly, why? The story of the Vatican Obelisk is a puzzle that spans millennia, connecting pharaohs to emperors, pagans to Christians, and ancient mysteries to modern secrets that the Vatican may still be keeping today. The obelisk you see today in St. Peter's Square is actually older than Christianity itself. It was carved during the reign of an unknown pharaoh, somewhere around 1300 BCE, though some estimates place it even earlier. The hieroglyphs that once adorned its surfaces have been worn away by time and weather, taking with them any clear indication of its original purpose or the identity of the pharaoh who commissioned it. What we do know is that this obelisk originally stood in the ancient Egyptian city of Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Heliopolis was one of the most sacred sites in ancient Egypt, a place where the sun god Ra was worshipped and where the mysteries of creation were said to have begun. The Egyptians believed that obelisks were sacred symbols, representations of the primordial mound from which all life emerged. They were meant to capture and channel the power of the sun god, serving as conduits between the earthly realm and the divine. But the Vatican obelisk's journey was far from over. Around 37 CE, the Roman Emperor Caligula ordered the massive monument to be transported from Egypt to Rome. This was no simple task. Moving a 300-ton granite monument across the Mediterranean required engineering skills that pushed the limits of ancient technology. Special ships had to be built, reinforced to handle the enormous weight. The logistics alone would have been staggering. How do you load a monument that weighs as much as 60 elephants onto a ship without sinking it? Yet somehow, the Romans managed it. The obelisk was successfully transported to Rome and erected in Caligula's circus, later known as the Circus of Nero. This wasn't just any circus. It was a place of spectacle and horror, where gladiators fought to the death and Christians were fed to lions for the entertainment of the masses. The obelisk became a silent witness to some of the most brutal persecutions in Christian history. According to tradition, it was in the shadow of this very obelisk that St. Peter, the first pope, was crucified upside down. The monument that had once honored Egyptian sun gods now presided over the martyrdom of Christianity's founding fathers. The irony is almost too perfect a pagan symbol watching over the birth of Christian martyrdom. For over 1,500 years, the obelisk remained in the circus, slowly becoming buried under centuries of accumulated earth and debris. Rome fell, rose again, and transformed into the center of the Christian world, but the obelisk stayed put, gradually forgotten beneath layers of history. Then, in 1586, something extraordinary happened. Pope Sixtus V decided that this ancient Egyptian monument belonged in the heart of the new St. Peter's Square, but moving a 300-ton obelisk in the 16th century was considered impossible. The monument had to be transported across Rome and erected in its new location without modern cranes or machinery. The Pope commissioned Domenico Fontana, a brilliant architect and engineer, to accomplish what many considered an impossible task. Fontana spent months planning the operation, designing an elaborate system of ropes, pulleys, and wooden scaffolding. The entire city of Rome watched as 900 men and 75 horses worked together to move the ancient monument. The operation was so dangerous, and unprecedented that Pope Sixtus V declared that anyone who spoke during the moving process would be excommunicated on the spot. The city fell into an eerie silence as the massive stone needle was slowly, carefully transported through the streets of Rome. Legend has it that at one critical moment, when the ropes began to stretch and snap under the enormous weight, a sailor from the crowd shouted water on the ropes, breaking the Pope's command but saving the entire operation. Instead of excommunication, the sailor was rewarded, and his family was given the honor of providing palm fronds for Palm Sunday celebrations at the Vatican. But here's where the mystery deepens. Why would the Pope want this ancient pagan monument at the center of Christian Rome? The official explanation is that the obelisk was consecrated and topped with Christian symbols, transforming it from a pagan idol into a Christian monument. A bronze cross was placed at its peak, and the Pope declared that it now served as a symbol of Christianity's triumph over paganism. Yet some researchers believe there's more to the story. The placement of the obelisk is incredibly precise, positioned at the exact center of St. Peter's Square with mathematical accuracy that suggests deeper symbolic meaning. The obelisk creates perfect sight lines with the dome of St. Peter's Basilica and aligns with specific astronomical events throughout the year. Some scholars argue that the Vatican's decision to incorporate this ancient Egyptian monument reveals a hidden connection between early Christianity and ancient mystery religions. The symbolism of the obelisk, representing the axis between earth and heaven, the connection between the material and spiritual worlds, mirrors many Christian theological concepts. Could it be that the early church recognized something sacred in these ancient symbols, something that transcended religious boundaries? Others point to the Vatican's long history of preserving and studying ancient knowledge. The Vatican's secret archives contain millions of documents spanning over 1,000 years of history, including texts on astronomy, mathematics, and ancient religions. Some researchers suggest that the Church has always understood the deeper symbolic significance of monuments like the obelisk, and that their placement is far from random. There's also the question of what lies beneath the obelisk. When Fatima moved the monument in 1586, workers discovered that its base was set upon ancient Roman foundations that went much deeper than expected. Some accounts suggest that chambers or passages were found beneath the monument, but if true, their contents remain a mystery. The Vatican has never officially acknowledged the existence of any underground structures beneath the obelisk. The hieroglyphs that once covered the obelisk have long since eroded away, but scholars have attempted to reconstruct what they might have said. Most obelisks contain dedications to pharaohs and invocations to Egyptian gods, particularly Ra, the sun god. If the Vatican obelisk followed this pattern, it would mean that a monument originally dedicated to a pagan sun god now stands at the heart of the Christian world. This raises profound questions about the relationship between ancient religions and Christianity. Some scholars argue that early Christianity incorporated many elements from earlier mystery religions, including sun worship. The date of Christmas, December 25th, was originally the Roman festival of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. Could the placement of the obelisk be another example of Christian symbolism blending with ancient solar worship? The timing of the obelisk's movement is also intriguing. 1586 was a period of intense religious and political upheaval in Europe. The Protestant Reformation was challenging Catholic authority, and the Church was fighting to maintain its influence. Moving the obelisk could be seen as a powerful statement, a demonstration of the Church's ability to command ancient forces and incorporate them into Christian symbolism. But there are those who believe the true significance of the Vatican obelisk goes much deeper than religious symbolism. Some researchers point to the monument's astronomical alignments and suggest that it serves as part of a larger geometric pattern that extends across Rome and even beyond. They argue that the obelisk, along with other ancient monuments throughout the city, creates a sacred geometry that was understood by ancient civilizations but has been lost to modern times. The obelisk's shadow patterns throughout the year have been studied extensively, and some claim they reveal sophisticated astronomical knowledge. During specific times of the year, the shadow points towards significant locations in Rome, creating what some believe is a giant sundial or calendar system. If true, this would suggest that the ancient Egyptians possessed astronomical knowledge far more advanced than previously believed. Recent scientific analysis of the Vatican obelisk has revealed some surprising details. The granite from which it's carved contains unusual mineral compositions that don't match exactly with known quarries in Egypt. Some researchers suggest this indicates the obelisk might be even older than previously thought, possibly dating back to Egypt's most ancient periods when quarrying techniques were different. There's also the mystery of the obelisk's perfect preservation. Despite being over 3,000 years old and having survived transport across the Mediterranean, burial under Roman soil for centuries, and relocation across the city, the monument remains remarkably intact. The granite shows minimal weathering compared to other ancient monuments of similar age. Some attribute this to the unique properties of the granite itself, while others wonder if ancient preservation techniques were used that we don't fully understand. The Vatican has never released a complete scientific study of the obelisk, leading to speculation about what such an analysis might reveal. Ground-penetrating radar studies of the area around the monument have been conducted, but their results remain classified within Vatican archives. What secrets might lie buried beneath one of Christianity's most sacred spaces? The symbolism of having an ancient Egyptian obelisk at the center of the Vatican is rich with meaning that goes beyond simple decoration. In ancient Egyptian theology, obelisks were believed to house the soul of the sun god Ra. They were thought to be petrified rays of sunlight, eternal and unchanging. By placing this monument at the heart of St. Peter's Square, the Vatican created a fascinating juxtaposition between ancient solar worship and Christian theology. Some historians argue that this wasn't accidental. They point to numerous examples throughout church history where pagan symbols and sacred sites were incorporated into Christian practice. The strategy was often to transform rather than destroy, to show Christianity's power to redeem and consecrate even the most pagan symbols. From this perspective, the Vatican obelisk represents Christianity's triumph over ancient religions. But others see something more complex at work. They argue that the incorporation of the obelisk reveals an understanding that truth transcends religious boundaries, that ancient wisdom contains elements that remain valid regardless of changing religious systems. The obelisk, in this view, represents a bridge between ancient and modern spiritual understanding. The mathematical precision of the obelisk's placement has attracted the attention of researchers interested in sacred geometry. The monument sits at the precise center of an elliptical plaza designed by Bernini, creating sight lines and proportions that follow ancient mathematical principles. The distance between the obelisk and the colonnade that surrounds the square follows ratios found in nature and ancient architecture worldwide. Some researchers believe these proportions weren't chosen randomly, but reflect deep understanding of geometric principles that were known to ancient civilizations. The golden ratio, the mathematical constant that appears throughout nature and classical architecture, can be found in multiple aspects of the square's design. This suggests that whoever planned the obelisk's placement understood mathematical concepts that wouldn't be rediscovered by European scholars until much later. The question remains, where did this knowledge come from? The official architects of St. Peter's Square were Renaissance masters, but some researchers argue that they had access to ancient texts and knowledge that has since been lost or hidden. The Vatican Library contains thousands of ancient manuscripts, many of which have never been publicly studied. Could these texts contain architectural and mathematical knowledge from ancient civilizations? There are also theories that connect the Vatican obelisk to other ancient monuments around the world. Some researchers claim that obelisks and similar structures were placed according to a global pattern, that reflects advanced understanding of Earth's energy systems or astronomical alignments. While mainstream archaeology dismisses these theories, the precision and distribution of ancient monuments across different continents does raise intriguing questions. The Vatican obelisk continues to be a source of mystery and speculation. Its presence at the heart of the Catholic world represents one of history's most fascinating examples of cultural and religious convergence. Whether viewed as a symbol of Christian triumph over paganism, a bridge between ancient and modern wisdom, or something even more mysterious, the obelisk stands as a testament to humanity's enduring fascination with the divine and the unknown. What secrets might this ancient monument still hold? What knowledge did its creators possess that we've forgotten? And what does its presence at the Vatican reveal about the true relationship between ancient religions and modern Christianity? These questions continue to intrigue researchers and visitors alike, ensuring that the Vatican obelisk remains one of history's most enduring mysteries. As pilgrims and tourists gather daily in St. Peter's Square, few realize they're standing in the shadow of a monument that predates Christianity by over a millennium. Fewer still understand the complex history and mysterious circumstances that brought this ancient Egyptian needle to the heart of the modern Catholic world. Yet there it stands, silent and eternal, keeping its secrets while pointing toward heaven, just as it was designed to do over 3,000 years ago. Deep within the walls of Vatican City, behind marble facades and ornate ceremonies, lies one of the world's most secretive financial institutions. The Vatican Bank, officially known as the Institute for the Works of Religion, manages billions of dollars in assets while operating under some of the most opaque banking regulations on Earth. But the Vatican Bank's history is far more complex and controversial than most people realize, filled with scandals, mysterious deaths, and allegations that reach into the highest levels of the Catholic Church. Founded in 1942 by Pope Pius XII, the Vatican Bank was initially created to manage the Holy See's finances and provide banking services for Catholic institutions worldwide. What began as a modest financial institution designed to serve religious purposes has evolved into a sophisticated international bank that has repeatedly found itself at the center of major financial scandals and unexplained mysteries. The Vatican Bank operates unlike any other financial institution in the world. It answers to no government, follows no standard international banking regulations, and maintains a level of secrecy that rivals the most discreet private banks in Switzerland. Account holders are not required to provide standard identification, and the bank has historically operated with minimal oversight from external financial authorities. This unique status has made it an attractive destination for funds that require discretion, but it has also made it a magnet for controversy. One of the most shocking scandals in the Vatican Bank's history began to unfold in the early 1980s, centering around a man named Roberto Calvi. Known as God's banker, Calvi was the chairman of Banco Ambrosiano, Italy's largest private bank, and maintained close ties with the Vatican Bank through complex financial arrangements that would eventually cost the Catholic Church hundreds of millions of dollars. Calvi had built a financial empire based on questionable loans and mysterious shell companies, many of which were connected to Vatican Bank accounts. His relationship with the Holy See went beyond simple business dealings. He was reportedly involved in moving money for various Catholic organizations, and may have been involved in financing covert political activities that aligned with Vatican interests during the Cold War. But Roberto Calvi's empire began to crumble in 1981, when Italian authorities started investigating Banco Ambrosiano's finances. What they discovered was a web of fraudulent transactions, illegal money transfers, and missing funds that totaled over $1 billion. Much of this money had been moved through Vatican Bank accounts, raising serious questions about the Holy See's knowledge of and involvement in the fraud. As the investigation intensified, Calvi became increasingly desperate. He knew that powerful people were watching his every move, and that his knowledge of Vatican financial operations made him both valuable and dangerous. In June 1982, as Italian prosecutors prepared to arrest him, Calvi fled to London, where he hoped to negotiate a deal that would protect both himself and his high-level connections. What happened next remains one of the most mysterious deaths in modern European history. On June 18, 1982, Roberto Calvi was found hanging beneath Blackfriars Bridge in London, his pockets stuffed with stones and cash. The initial investigation ruled his death a suicide, but the circumstances were so unusual that many immediately suspected murder. The location of Calvi's death was particularly significant. Blackfriars Bridge was known to be associated with a secretive Masonic lodge called P2, or Propaganda Do, which had been implicated in numerous Italian political scandals. Calvi himself was reportedly a member of P2, and the lodge was known for conducting ritualistic meetings that involved elaborate ceremonies and symbolic acts. The scene of Calvi's death appeared to be staged with ritualistic precision. His body was found hanging from scaffolding beneath the bridge, positioned in a way that some interpreted as resembling Masonic execution rituals. The stones in his pockets and the specific location suggested that his death was meant to send a message, though to whom and about what remained unclear. Initial forensic evidence was inconclusive, but 20 years later, in 2002, Calvi's body was exhumed and re-examined using modern forensic techniques. The new investigation concluded that Calvi had been murdered, not suicided as originally claimed. The positioning of his body, the type of knots used in the rope, and other physical evidence indicated that he had been killed elsewhere and then arranged beneath the bridge. But who killed Roberto Calvi and why? The investigation revealed a complex web of motives involving the Vatican Bank, Italian politics, organized crime, and secret societies. Some evidence pointed to the Sicilian Mafia, who may have killed Calvi because of missing money connected to their money laundering operations. Others suggested that he was eliminated because he knew too much about Vatican financial operations and posed a threat to powerful church officials. The Vatican's response to the Calvi scandal was carefully managed but ultimately damaging. Church officials initially denied any wrongdoing, claiming that the Vatican Bank had been deceived by Calvi and was itself a victim of his fraud. However, internal documents later revealed that high-ranking Vatican officials had been aware of questionable transactions and had chosen to look the other way as long as the arrangements were profitable. In 1984, the Vatican reached a settlement with Banco Ambrosiano's creditors, agreeing to pay $244 million without admitting guilt or wrongdoing. This settlement was presented as a gesture of goodwill, but many interpreted it as evidence that the Vatican had indeed been involved in the fraudulent activities and was paying to avoid further investigation. The Calvi scandal revealed troubling connections between the Vatican Bank and various secret organizations, including the P2 Masonic Lodge. Documents seized during raids on P2 headquarters showed that several high-ranking Vatican officials were members of the lodge, which was involved in illegal political activities, money laundering, and arms trafficking. The P2 Lodge operated with elaborate ritual ceremonies that combined elements of traditional Freemasonry with political conspiracy. Members participated in secretive initiation rites, swore oaths of loyalty to the organization, and communicated through coded messages and symbols. The discovery that Vatican officials were participating in these activities raised serious questions about the relationship between the Catholic Church and secret societies. One of the most prominent Vatican officials connected to P2 was Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, who served as the head of the Vatican Bank from 1971 to 1989. Marcinkus, an American-born prelate known for his aggressive business tactics and loyalty to the Pope, had been instrumental in expanding the Vatican Bank's operations and establishing its relationships with international financial institutions. Marcinkus had worked closely with Roberto Calvi and had been personally involved in many of the questionable transactions that led to the Banco Ambrosiano scandal. When Italian authorities sought to question him about his role in the affair, the Vatican refused to allow him to be extradited, claiming diplomatic immunity. Marcinkus remained within Vatican City until the investigation cooled down, never facing questioning by Italian prosecutors. The protection of Archbishop Marcinkus highlighted the unique legal status of Vatican City, which operates as a sovereign nation with its own laws and judicial system. This sovereignty has repeatedly allowed Vatican officials to avoid accountability for their actions, creating a climate where financial misconduct can occur with limited consequences. But the Calvi affair was just one of many scandals that have plagued the Vatican Bank over the decades. Throughout the 1990s and 2000s, the institution continued to face allegations of money laundering, tax evasion, and facilitating illegal financial transfers. Investigations by various European authorities revealed that the bank had been used to move money for organized crime groups, corrupt politicians, and various other questionable entities. One particularly disturbing aspect of Vatican Bank operations has been its alleged involvement in facilitating payments related to the Catholic Church's sexual abuse scandals. Investigative journalists have uncovered evidence suggesting that Vatican Bank accounts were used to make confidential settlements with abuse victims, helping the Church avoid public accountability while compensating victims through secret financial arrangements. These settlements often included strict confidentiality agreements that prevented victims from discussing their cases publicly. The use of Vatican Bank accounts for these payments added an additional layer of secrecy, making it nearly impossible for journalists or investigators to track the true extent of the Church's financial exposure to abuse-related lawsuits. The ritualistic aspects of Vatican Bank operations extend beyond its connections to secret societies like P2. Former employees have described the institution as operating with an almost cult-like culture of secrecy and loyalty. New employees reportedly undergo elaborate initiation processes that emphasize absolute discretion and unquestioning obedience to superiors. Internal communications within the Vatican Bank are said to use coded language and symbolic references that require specialized knowledge to understand. Documents are often prepared in ways that obscure their true meaning, using euphemisms and indirect language that provide plausible deniability if questioned by external authorities. The physical security around Vatican Bank operations is extraordinary, even by the standards of international banking. The bank's headquarters within Vatican City are protected by multiple layers of security, including the famous Swiss Guard, electronic surveillance systems, and restricted access protocols that require special permission from high-ranking church officials. Meetings of Vatican Bank officials are reportedly conducted with elaborate security measures that include electronic countermeasures to prevent surveillance, rotation of meeting locations, and requirements that participants surrender electronic devices before entering secure areas. These precautions go far beyond what would be considered normal for a religious institution's financial operations. In recent years, pressure from international financial authorities has forced the Vatican Bank to implement some reforms and increase transparency. However, many observers argue that these changes are largely cosmetic and that the institution continues to operate with levels of secrecy that would be unacceptable for any other international bank. The European Union has repeatedly pressured the Vatican to comply with standard anti-money laundering regulations and to provide more transparency in its financial operations. While the Holy See has made some concessions, it has also argued that its unique status as a religious institution requires special considerations that other banks don't need. One of the most intriguing aspects of recent Vatican Bank controversies involves allegations of cryptocurrency use and digital currency manipulation. Some reports suggest that the institution has been experimenting with blockchain technologies and digital currencies as a way to move funds with even greater secrecy than traditional banking methods allow. These allegations, if true, would represent a sophisticated evolution of the Vatican Bank's secrecy practices, adapting ancient desires for financial discretion to cutting-edge technology. The use of cryptocurrencies would potentially allow the institution to move large sums of money across international borders with minimal oversight from traditional financial authorities. The ritualistic elements of Vatican Bank operations may also extend to the institution's investment practices. Some former employees have described elaborate decision-making processes that involve consultation with astrological charts, religious calendars, and symbolic interpretations of market movements. While these practices might seem unusual for a modern financial institution, they reflect the unique culture of an organization that operates at the intersection of spiritual and temporal power. Investment decisions are reportedly made during special meetings that combine financial analysis with religious ritual. Participants may begin with prayers or ceremonial activities before discussing market strategies and portfolio management. This blending of spiritual and financial considerations creates a unique institutional culture that operates according to rules that outsiders find difficult to understand. The Vatican Bank's relationship with other international financial institutions remains complex and often secretive. While the bank maintains accounts and relationships with major global banks, the details of these arrangements are rarely disclosed publicly. Former employees have described a network of correspondent banking relationships that allow Vatican funds to be moved through multiple institutions while obscuring their ultimate origin and destination. These relationships reportedly involve elaborate protocols and coded communications that ensure maximum discretion. Transfer instructions may be communicated through encrypted channels, and funds may be moved through multiple intermediate accounts before reaching their final destination. This level of operational security goes far beyond what most international banks consider necessary. Recent popes have promised reforms and increased transparency, but critics argue that fundamental changes to Vatican Bank operations would require abandoning the secrecy that has been central to the institution's identity since its founding. The tension between demands for transparency and the desire for discretion continues to define the bank's operations. Pope Francis has appointed new leadership to the Vatican Bank and has publicly committed to cleaning up the institution's reputation. However, many of the bank's most controversial practices continue, and critics argue that meaningful reform would require fundamental changes to Vatican City's legal structure and banking regulations. The Vatican Bank scandal raises profound questions about the relationship between spiritual authority and temporal power. How can an institution that claims to represent divine authority operate with levels of secrecy and ethical flexibility that would be considered unacceptable in secular contexts? What does the history of Vatican Bank scandals reveal about the true priorities and values of the Catholic Church's leadership? These questions become even more complex when considering the ritualistic elements that appear to influence Vatican Bank operations. The blending of financial activities with symbolic practices, secret ceremonies, and coded communications suggests an institutional culture that operates according to principles that go far beyond simple profit maximization or fiduciary responsibility. The ongoing mysteries surrounding the Vatican Bank ensure that it will continue to attract attention from investigators, journalists, and researchers interested in understanding how power really operates within one of the world's oldest and most influential institutions. Each new scandal reveals additional layers of complexity and raises new questions about what other secrets might be hidden within the marble walls of Vatican City. As long as the Vatican Bank continues to operate with extraordinary secrecy and minimal oversight, it will remain a source of speculation and controversy. The institution's unique status, its history of scandal, and its apparent involvement in ritualistic practices ensure that it will continue to be one of the most mysterious and intriguing financial institutions in the world. Deep within the walls of Vatican City, behind centuries of carefully guarded tradition, lies one of the most enduring and controversial conspiracies in religious history. It's a story that involves shadowy figures, secret meetings, and a man who some believe wields more power than the Pope himself. They call him the Black Pope, and his very existence has sparked debates, theories, and whispered conversations for over 400 years. But who exactly is the Black Pope, and why has this figure become the center of so much speculation and fear? The answer takes us into the labyrinthine structure of the Catholic Church, where power doesn't always follow the paths we might expect. The title Black Pope doesn't refer to race or ethnicity. Instead, it's a nickname that has been applied to the Superior General of the Society of Jesus, more commonly known as the Jesuits. This religious order, founded in 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola, was created during the Counter-Reformation as the Catholic Church's response to the Protestant Reformation. From the very beginning, the Jesuits were different from other religious orders. They were highly educated, politically astute, and fiercely loyal to the Pope. The term Black Pope comes from the simple fact that the Superior General wears black robes, in contrast to the white robes worn by the Pope. But over the centuries, this innocent distinction has taken on much darker connotations in the minds of conspiracy theorists and critics of the Catholic Church. So why has this position attracted so much suspicion? The answer lies in the unique role the Jesuits have played throughout history. Unlike other religious orders that focused primarily on prayer, contemplation, or charitable works, the Jesuits were designed to be the Church's intellectual and political soldiers. They became educators, establishing schools and universities around the world. They became missionaries, spreading Catholic doctrine to the far corners of the earth. And perhaps most controversially, they became advisors to kings, queens, and political leaders. The Jesuits developed a reputation for being extraordinarily well-educated and politically sophisticated. They mastered languages, studied local customs, and adapted their approach to fit different cultures and political situations. This flexibility, while effective for their missionary work, also made them appear secretive and manipulative to their critics. By the 1700s, the Jesuits had become so powerful and so controversial that they were suppressed by Pope Clement XIV in 1773. The official reason was that they had become too involved in political affairs and had made too many enemies among European monarchs. But some historians believe the real reason was that even the Pope had become afraid of their influence. The suppression lasted for 41 years, until Pope Pius VII restored the order in 1814. But during those 4 decades, stories and theories about the Jesuits had time to grow and multiply. When they returned, they found themselves facing not just political opposition, but a whole mythology of conspiracy theories that painted them as puppet masters controlling world events from behind the scenes. The modern Black Pope conspiracy theory really began to take shape in the 19th and 20th centuries, fueled by anti-Catholic sentiment and fears about secret societies. According to these theories, the Superior General of the Jesuits, the Black Pope, is the real power behind the Catholic Church. Some versions of the theory claim that the White Pope, the actual Pope, is merely a figurehead, while the Black Pope makes the real decisions. More extreme versions of the theory go much further. They claim that the Black Pope controls not just the Catholic Church, but world governments, financial institutions, and even other secret societies. According to these theories, the Jesuits are the hidden hand behind major historical events, from wars and revolutions to economic collapses and political assassinations. One of the most persistent claims is that the Jesuits were behind the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln. This theory suggests that Lincoln's death was ordered by the Vatican because of his opposition to Catholic influence in America. The evidence for this claim is thin and largely circumstantial, but it has persisted for over a century and continues to circulate in conspiracy theory circles. Another common claim is that the Jesuits control the world's banking system. According to this theory, major financial institutions are secretly run by Jesuit-trained operatives who manipulate global markets according to the orders of the Black Pope. This theory often intersects with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about Jewish control of banking, creating a complex web of accusations that target both Catholics and Jews. The internet age has given new life to Black Pope conspiracy theories. Websites and forums dedicated to exposing supposed Jesuit plots proliferate online, often mixing legitimate historical facts with wild speculation and outright fabrication. These sites frequently claim that major world leaders are secretly Jesuit-trained agents, that global conflicts are orchestrated by the Black Pope, and that the ultimate goal is the establishment of a new world order under Catholic control. But what's the reality behind these dramatic claims? To understand this, we need to look at what the Superior General of the Jesuits actually does and how much power he really has. The current Superior General is Father Arturo Sosa, a Venezuelan priest who was elected to the position in 2016. Like all Jesuit Superior Generals, he was elected by representatives of the worldwide Jesuit community and serves for life, though he can resign if he chooses. His role is primarily administrative, overseeing the work of approximately 16,000 Jesuits in 112 countries around the world. The Jesuits today are involved in education, running over 190 universities and over 400 secondary schools worldwide. They're involved in social justice work, particularly in developing countries. They run retreat centers and parishes. They publish magazines and books. They conduct scientific research. In short, they do the kind of work that many religious orders do, albeit on a larger scale and with a more intellectual focus. The Superior General coordinates these activities and makes decisions about the overall direction of the order, but he doesn't have the kind of sweeping power that conspiracy theories suggest. He can't order governments to start wars or financial institutions to crash markets. He doesn't control other religious orders or even have direct authority over diocesan priests who aren't members of the Jesuit order. Moreover, the Superior General, despite his nickname, is actually subordinate to the Pope. The Jesuits take a special vow of obedience to the Pope, and their Superior General can be overruled or even removed by papal authority. This hardly fits the image of a shadowy puppet master controlling the papacy from behind the scenes. So where do these conspiracy theories come from, and why do they persist? Part of the answer lies in the genuine historical controversies surrounding the Jesuits. They have indeed been involved in political affairs throughout their history. They have served as advisors to rulers and have sometimes become embroiled in political conflicts. Their educational work has given them influence over generations of political and business leaders who attended Jesuit schools. The Jesuits have also been associated with controversial theological and political positions. They developed a system of moral theology called casuistry, which allowed for flexible interpretation of moral rules depending on circumstances. Critics argued that this approach was too permissive and could be used to justify almost any action. The phrase Jesuitical, meaning evasive or equivocating, entered common usage as a result of these criticisms. In more recent times, many Jesuits have been associated with liberation theology, a movement that emphasizes social justice and political action on behalf of the poor and oppressed. This has put them at odds with conservative political forces and even with conservative elements within the Catholic Church. Some conspiracy theorists interpret this social justice work as evidence of a hidden Marxist or socialist agenda. The election of Pope Francis, who is himself a Jesuit, has given new fuel to Black Pope conspiracy theories. Some theorists claim that his election represents the final triumph of the Jesuit conspiracy, the moment when the Black Pope finally became the White Pope. They point to his criticisms of capitalism, his emphasis on social justice, and his more liberal positions on some social issues as evidence of a Jesuit agenda to transform the Catholic Church, and by extension, the world. But this interpretation misses several important points. First, Pope Francis was elected by the College of Cardinals, not by the Jesuit order. Second, his positions on social justice are consistent with long-standing Catholic social teaching, not just Jesuit theology. Third, he has actually faced significant opposition from conservative Catholics, which hardly suggests that he's part of an all-powerful secret conspiracy. The persistence of Black Pope conspiracy theories also reflects broader patterns in how people interpret complex historical and political events. When faced with changes they don't understand or approve of, people often look for simple explanations involving secret plots and hidden puppet masters. It's more comforting to believe that events are controlled by a small group of conspirators than to accept that they might be the result of complex social, economic, and political forces that are difficult to predict or control. Anti-Catholic prejudice also plays a role in the persistence of these theories. In predominantly Protestant countries, Catholics have historically been viewed with suspicion as owing allegiance to a foreign power, the Pope. The Jesuits, with their reputation for intellectual sophistication and political involvement, became natural targets for these suspicions. Even today, when such overt anti-Catholicism is less socially acceptable, these underlying prejudices can surface in the form of conspiracy theories. The global reach of the Catholic Church and the Jesuit order also contributes to conspiracy theories. With over 1 billion Catholics worldwide and Jesuits working in over 100 countries, it's easy to find connections between the order and almost any significant event or institution. Conspiracy theorists can point to these connections as evidence of hidden influence, even when the connections are perfectly innocent. It's also worth noting that the Catholic Church's own history of secrecy has contributed to conspiracy theories. The Church has traditionally operated with a high degree of confidentiality, particularly regarding internal deliberations and decision-making processes. This secrecy, while often necessary for practical reasons, creates an information vacuum that conspiracy theories can fill. The Vatican's historical involvement in political affairs has also provided material for conspiracy theorists. The Papal States were a temporal power for over 1,000 years, and the Church has continued to engage in international diplomacy even after losing its temporal authority. This political involvement, combined with the Church's spiritual authority, creates a unique situation that conspiracy theorists can interpret as evidence of hidden power. But perhaps the most important factor in the persistence of Black Pope conspiracy theories is simply the appeal of the narrative itself. The idea of a shadowy figure in black robes, controlling world events from behind the scenes, is inherently dramatic and compelling. It provides a simple explanation for complex problems and offers the satisfying illusion that someone somewhere is in control, even if that control is malevolent. The truth about the superior general of the Jesuits is far less dramatic than the conspiracy theories suggest. He's a religious leader trying to coordinate the work of a large international organization dedicated to education, social justice, and spiritual development. He faces the same challenges that any leader of a large organization faces: limited resources, competing priorities, internal disagreements, and external pressures. The current Superior General, Father Arturo Sosa, has been open about these challenges. In interviews and public statements, he has discussed the difficulties of coordinating Jesuit work across different cultures and political systems, the financial pressures facing Jesuit institutions, and the need to adapt to changing social conditions while maintaining the order's core mission. None of this suggests the kind of unlimited power or hidden agenda that conspiracy theories attribute to the Black Pope. Instead, it suggests a dedicated religious leader trying to navigate the complexities of the modern world while staying true to his order's founding principles. The Black Pope conspiracy theory also fails to account for the diversity within the Jesuit order itself. Jesuits work in many different fields and hold a wide range of political and theological views. While they share a common commitment to education and social justice, they don't march in lockstep on political issues. The idea that they could be controlled as a single, unified force by one man stretches credibility. Moreover, the theory assumes a level of secrecy and coordination that would be practically impossible to maintain in today's connected world. With 16,000 Jesuits working in over 100 countries, many in high-profile positions, it would be virtually impossible to keep a global conspiracy secret. Someone would talk, documents would leak, and the truth would come out. The reality is that the Jesuits, like any large organization, sometimes succeed and sometimes fail in their goals. They have made positive contributions to education and social justice, but they have also made mistakes and faced legitimate criticisms. They are neither the all-powerful puppet masters of conspiracy theory nor the perfect servants of God that their most ardent supporters might claim. The Black Pope conspiracy theory ultimately says more about our own fears and prejudices than it does about the Jesuits themselves. It reflects our discomfort with complexity, our desire for simple explanations, and our tendency to suspect the worst of those who are different from us or who hold positions of authority. As we continue to grapple with rapid social and political changes, it's likely that conspiracy theories like this one will persist. They offer the illusion of understanding in a confusing world and provide convenient scapegoats for problems that have no easy solutions. But understanding the real history behind the Black Pope conspiracy theory can help us approach such claims with appropriate skepticism, while still remaining open to legitimate questions about power, authority, and accountability in all our institutions. The next time you hear whispers about the Black Pope and his supposed control over world events, remember that the truth is usually more complex and less dramatic than the conspiracy theories suggest. The real story of the Jesuits and their superior general is one of dedicated people trying to live out their religious convictions in a complicated world, not of shadowy puppet masters pulling the strings of history. In the quiet halls of the Vatican Observatory, perched high in the hills outside Rome, some of the world's most advanced telescopes scan the night sky. Here, Jesuit astronomers peer into the depths of space, searching for distant galaxies, studying stellar formations, and perhaps, according to some, looking for something else entirely. For decades, researchers and conspiracy theorists have wondered whether the Catholic Church possesses secret knowledge about extraterrestrial life, and whether the Vatican's astronomical research is part of a larger cover-up about humanity's place in the universe. The questions are as intriguing as they are persistent. Does the Vatican know more about life beyond Earth than it's telling us? Are the Church's scientists secretly monitoring alien activity? And if the Catholic Church has evidence of extraterrestrial life, why would they keep it hidden? These questions have spawned countless theories, books, and documentaries, each attempting to uncover what many believe is one of the most significant secrets in human history. To understand these theories, we need to start with what we know about the Vatican's involvement in astronomy and space science. The Catholic Church has a longer history with astronomy than many people realize. The Vatican Observatory was established in 1891 by Pope Leo XIII, making it one of the oldest astronomical research institutions in the world. The Pope's stated goal was to demonstrate that the Church supported scientific inquiry and was not opposed to the study of the natural world. This was significant because the Church had a complicated relationship with astronomy. The trial of Galileo Galilei in 1633 had created lasting tensions between the Church and astronomical science. Galileo had been condemned for supporting the heliocentric model of the solar system, which placed the Sun rather than the Earth at the center. By establishing the Vatican Observatory, Pope Leo was attempting to show that the Church had moved beyond those old conflicts and embraced scientific discovery. The Vatican Observatory quickly became a respected institution in the astronomical community. Its scientists made significant contributions to the study of stellar spectra, variable stars, and meteorites. They published their findings in peer-reviewed journals and collaborated with observatories around the world. By all accounts, they were doing legitimate, high-quality scientific research. But it was the establishment of the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, known as VATT, that really began to fuel speculation about the Church's hidden agenda. In 1993, the Vatican Observatory, in collaboration with the University of Arizona, opened this sophisticated telescope on Mount Graham in Arizona. The telescope was equipped with some of the most advanced astronomical technology available at the time, capable of observing distant objects with unprecedented clarity. The location itself raised eyebrows among conspiracy theorists. Mount Graham had been controversial due to conflicts with Native American tribes who considered it sacred land. Some wondered why the Vatican would choose such a contentious location for their telescope, unless they had compelling reasons for needing to observe the sky from that particular spot. The speculation intensified when people learned about some of the Vatican Observatory's research projects. The astronomers were studying a wide range of phenomena, including the search for exoplanets, planets orbiting other stars. They were also involved in projects related to astrobiology, the study of potential life beyond Earth. To conspiracy theorists, this seemed like more than coincidental interest. One of the most persistent theories suggests that the Vatican has been secretly monitoring an approaching object or objects from space. According to this theory, Church astronomers discovered evidence of an artificial object or spacecraft decades ago and have been tracking its approach ever since. The theory often incorporates claims about Planet X or Nibiru, a supposed hidden planet that some believe is on a collision course with Earth. Proponents of this theory point to various statements by Vatican astronomers as evidence. In 2008, the Vatican's chief astronomer, Father Jose Gabriel Funds, made headlines when he stated that the existence of extraterrestrial life would not contradict Catholic doctrine. In a newspaper interview, he said that if scientists were to discover life on other planets, it would not undermine faith in God, as God could have created life throughout the universe. To many, this seemed like an unusually specific statement. Why would the Vatican's chief astronomer feel the need to address the theological implications of extraterrestrial life, unless the Church had reason to believe such a discovery was imminent? Conspiracy theorists interpreted Father Fund's comments as preparation for a major announcement about alien contact or discovery. The theory gained more traction when people learned about the Vatican's involvement in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Several Vatican astronomers have participated in conferences and research projects related to SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. They've also been involved in discussions about how humanity should respond if we were to receive signals from an alien civilization. Some conspiracy theorists have taken this involvement as evidence that the Vatican already has received such signals and is secretly communicating with extraterrestrial beings. According to these theories, the Church's participation in SETI is a form of misdirection, designed to make it appear that the search for alien life is still ongoing, when in fact contact has already been established. The theories become even more elaborate when they incorporate claims about ancient astronauts and the Church's historical knowledge. Some theorists suggest that the Catholic Church has possessed evidence of extraterrestrial visitation for centuries, perhaps even millennia. They point to religious art and texts that they interpret as depicting alien encounters, space vehicles, or otherworldly beings. Medieval and Renaissance religious paintings are often cited as evidence. Images of disc-shaped objects in the sky, unusual lights, or beings descending from heaven are interpreted as artistic representations of UFO sightings or alien visitations. Some theorists claim that these artists were documenting real events, but were forced to present them in religious terms to avoid persecution. The theory extends to biblical texts as well. Passages describing angels, pillars of fire, or vehicles from heaven are reinterpreted as descriptions of alien spacecraft and their occupants. According to this interpretation, the Catholic Church has always known that these biblical accounts were descriptions of extraterrestrial contact, but has deliberately misrepresented them as purely spiritual or metaphorical events. One of the most detailed versions of this theory suggests that the Vatican's secret archives contain extensive documentation of alien contact throughout history. These archives, officially known as the Vatican Apostolic Archives, contain millions of documents spanning over 1,000 years of church history. Access to the archives is extremely restricted, with only a small number of qualified researchers allowed to study specific documents under strict supervision. The secrecy surrounding these archives has fueled speculation about what they might contain. Conspiracy theorists claim that hidden among the historical documents are detailed records of alien visitations, secret communications with extraterrestrial beings, and perhaps even alien technology or artifacts. They suggest that the Church has been serving as a kind of intermediary between humanity and alien civilizations for centuries. Some versions of the theory go even further, claiming that the highest levels of the Catholic Church are actually controlled by or working in cooperation with extraterrestrial beings. According to these theories, the Pope and other church leaders are either aliens themselves or are taking orders from alien masters. The Church's global influence and organizational structure make it an ideal vehicle for alien manipulation of human society. The theory often incorporates claims about the Vatican's wealth and resources. The Church's vast financial holdings, global real estate, and priceless art collections are seen as evidence of alien backing. How else, conspiracy theorists ask, could a religious organization have accumulated such wealth and maintained such influence over the centuries? Modern UFO sightings have also been incorporated into these theories. When unidentified flying objects are reported near Vatican City or other church properties, conspiracy theorists interpret these as evidence of ongoing alien contact. They claim that the Vatican serves as a kind of embassy or meeting place for human-alien diplomatic relations. The involvement of Jesuit astronomers in the Vatican Observatory has added another layer to these theories. The Jesuits, already the subject of numerous conspiracy theories as we discussed earlier, are portrayed as the Church's alien contact specialists. Their reputation for intelligence and secrecy makes them natural candidates for such a role in the minds of conspiracy theorists. Some theories suggest that Jesuit schools and universities serve as recruitment centers for individuals who will eventually be brought into the alien contact program. According to this theory, the Church identifies promising students and gradually introduces them to the truth about extraterrestrial life, eventually bringing them into the inner circle of those who maintain contact with alien civilizations. The Vatican's involvement in various scientific conferences and organizations is also seen as suspicious. When church representatives attend meetings about space exploration, astrobiology, or the search for extraterrestrial life, conspiracy theorists interpret this as evidence that the Church is trying to control or influence these fields of study. They suggest that the Vatican is working to suppress discoveries that might reveal the truth about alien contact. Recent developments in astronomy and space exploration have provided new material for these theories. The discovery of thousands of exoplanets, some of which might be capable of supporting life, has renewed interest in the possibility of extraterrestrial life. When Vatican astronomers comment on these discoveries or participate in related research, conspiracy theorists see it as further evidence of the Church's hidden knowledge. The release of military videos showing unidentified aerial phenomena has also been incorporated into Vatican conspiracy theories. Some theorists claim that the Church has been aware of these phenomena for decades and has been working with government agencies to manage public knowledge about them. They suggest that the recent acknowledgement of these sightings by military officials is part of a gradual disclosure program coordinated by the Vatican. But what does the evidence actually support? When we look closely at the Vatican's astronomical activities, do we find proof of alien contact or a cosmic cover-up? The reality is far more mundane than the conspiracy theories suggest. The Vatican Observatory's research focuses on legitimate astronomical phenomena. Their scientists study stellar evolution, galaxy formation, cosmology, and other standard topics in astronomy. Their publications appear in peer-reviewed journals and are subject to the same scientific scrutiny as research from any other observatory. There's no evidence that they're monitoring alien spacecraft or communicating with extraterrestrial beings. The Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope on Mount Graham is indeed a sophisticated instrument, but it's used for conventional astronomical observations. The telescope has contributed to discoveries about distant galaxies, stellar formation, and other cosmic phenomena. Its capabilities, while impressive, are not significantly different from other large telescopes operated by universities and government agencies around the world. The Vatican's interest in astrobiology and the search for extraterrestrial life reflects the broader scientific community's interest in these topics. As our understanding of the universe has expanded, and we've discovered that planets are common around other stars, the question of whether life exists elsewhere has become a legitimate area of scientific inquiry. The Church's participation in these discussions is consistent with its stated support for scientific research. Father Fund's comments about extraterrestrial life and Catholic doctrine were not as unusual as conspiracy theorists suggest. Theologians and church officials have been discussing the implications of potential alien life for decades. The Catholic Church has generally taken the position that the discovery of life elsewhere in the universe would not contradict religious doctrine, as God could have created life throughout the cosmos. The Vatican secret archives, while certainly containing many historically significant documents, show no evidence of alien contact. Researchers who have been granted access to specific documents report finding exactly what you would expect in the archives of a large, ancient institution: correspondence between church officials, administrative records, diplomatic documents, and historical manuscripts. There are no hidden files about UFOs or alien visitations. The religious art that conspiracy theorists interpret as depicting alien encounters can be understood in the context of the artistic and religious conventions of their time. Medieval and Renaissance artists often included symbolic elements in their religious paintings, representing spiritual concepts through visual metaphors. What modern observers might interpret as UFOs or alien beings were typically intended as representations of divine presence or spiritual phenomena. Similarly, biblical passages about angels, divine vehicles, or heavenly visitations can be understood within their historical and cultural context without invoking extraterrestrial explanations. Ancient peoples had their own ways of describing and interpreting unusual or transcendent experiences, and these descriptions don't require alien intervention to be meaningful or authentic. The Vatican's wealth and influence, while certainly significant, can be explained through conventional historical processes. The Church accumulated resources over centuries through donations, land grants, investments, and political alliances. Its global reach developed through missionary work, colonization, and the conversion of political leaders. There's no need to invoke alien backing to explain the Church's earthly success. Modern UFO sightings near Vatican property are no more frequent or unusual than sightings anywhere else. The Vatican is located in a busy metropolitan area with heavy air traffic, and most unusual aerial phenomena can be explained by conventional aircraft, weather balloons, or other mundane causes. There's no evidence that the Vatican is a hub for alien visitation. The involvement of Jesuit astronomers in the Vatican Observatory reflects the order's historical emphasis on education and scientific inquiry, not alien contact. The Jesuits have been involved in scientific research for centuries, long before anyone was thinking about extraterrestrial life. Their participation in astronomy is consistent with their broader educational mission. So why do these theories persist? Part of the answer lies in the inherent mystery surrounding the Vatican itself. As one of the world's oldest and most secretive institutions, the Catholic Church naturally attracts speculation about hidden knowledge and secret activities. The Vatican's immense historical influence and continued political relevance make it an attractive target for conspiracy theories. The Church's complicated relationship with science also contributes to these theories. While the Vatican Observatory represents the Church's support for scientific inquiry, many people still associate the Catholic Church with opposition to scientific discovery. This creates a cognitive dissonance that conspiracy theories can exploit, suggesting that the Church's support for astronomy must have hidden motives. Our fascination with the possibility of extraterrestrial life also plays a role. As we've discovered more about the vastness of the universe and the potential for life beyond Earth, many people have become convinced that alien contact is not just possible but inevitable. The idea that such momentous contact might be kept secret by powerful institutions taps into both our excitement about alien life and our suspicion of authority. The Vatican's global influence and organizational structure make it a plausible candidate for the kind of worldwide conspiracy that alien contact would seem to require. If extraterrestrial beings were to make contact with humanity, it's reasonable to think they might approach one of our most influential and long-lasting institutions. The Church's claim to moral authority and its presence in nearly every country make it an attractive focal point for conspiracy theories. But the most important factor in the persistence of these theories may simply be wishful thinking. Many people want to believe that we're not alone in the universe and that contact with alien civilizations is imminent. The idea that the Vatican possesses secret knowledge about extraterrestrial life offers hope that such contact is not only possible but already happening, even if it's being kept from the general public. The truth about the Vatican's knowledge of extraterrestrial life is almost certainly far less exciting than the conspiracy theories suggest. The Church's astronomers are doing legitimate scientific research, contributing to our understanding of the universe through careful observation and analysis. They're not hiding evidence of alien contact or serving as intermediaries between humanity and extraterrestrial civilizations. If and when we do discover evidence of life beyond Earth, it will likely come through the normal processes of scientific discovery, peer review, and public disclosure. The Vatican Observatory, along with other research institutions around the world, will undoubtedly play a role in such discoveries, but not as gatekeepers of secret knowledge or agents of cosmic conspiracy. The real mystery may not be whether the Vatican knows about extraterrestrial life, but why we're so eager to believe that such momentous knowledge could be kept secret by any human institution. In our interconnected world, with its countless independent researchers, competing organizations, and leaky bureaucracies, the idea that any group could successfully hide evidence of alien contact stretches credibility. Perhaps the most we can say is that if the Vatican does possess secret knowledge about extraterrestrial life, they've done a remarkably good job of keeping it secret. But given what we know about human nature and institutional behavior, the more likely explanation is that the Church's astronomers are simply doing what they claim to be doing, studying the heavens in search of greater understanding of God's creation, whether that creation includes life beyond Earth or not. Until we have concrete evidence otherwise, the Vatican's involvement in astronomy and astrobiology can be understood as exactly what it appears to be: a religious institution supporting scientific inquiry into one of the most profound questions facing humanity. The search for extraterrestrial life continues, with the Vatican Observatory playing its part alongside countless other researchers around the world, all of us looking up at the same mysterious sky, wondering what secrets it might hold. The hidden library beneath St. Peter's. Deep beneath the marble floors of St. Peter's Basilica, past the tourist crowds and the ornate chapels, lies a secret that has captivated historians and conspiracy theorists for centuries. The Vatican Secret Archives, now officially called the Vatican Apostolic Archives, contain documents spanning over 1,000 years of church history. But according to persistent rumors and whispered accounts from Vatican insiders, there's something else hidden even deeper. Something that goes beyond official records and documented history. They call it the hidden library, and if it exists, it may contain knowledge that could reshape our understanding of Christianity, ancient civilizations, and perhaps even human history itself. The story begins with what we know for certain. The Vatican officially houses over 80 kilometers of shelving, containing millions of documents, letters, papal bulls, and manuscripts. These archives have been closed to outsiders for centuries, their contents guarded more carefully than any treasure in the world. Only in recent decades have select scholars been granted limited access to specific sections, and even then, under the strictest supervision. But here's where things get interesting. Vatican employees, researchers, and even some clergy members have spoken in hushed tones about areas that don't appear on any official map. Sections that require special clearance beyond what even the most privileged scholars receive. Rooms that exist in blueprints from centuries past but seem to have been sealed off, forgotten, or deliberately hidden from modern access. The rumors center around a particular area beneath the main basilica, deeper than the famous Scavi, the excavated necropolis where St. Peter himself is believed to be buried. According to these accounts, there are additional levels, chambers carved into the bedrock of Vatican Hill long before the current basilica was constructed. Some claim these chambers predate Christianity itself, suggesting they were once part of Roman or even earlier religious complexes. But what makes these whispered stories particularly intriguing is what's allegedly stored there. Not just documents, but artifacts, texts, and knowledge that the Church has deemed too dangerous, too controversial, or too paradigm-shifting to ever see the light of day. One of the most persistent rumors involves what some call the Hereticus Archives. According to this theory, the Vatican has systematically collected and hidden away documents that contradict official church doctrine. Not just the writings of known heretics or banned books, but texts that allegedly prove the existence of alternative versions of Christianity, lost gospels that tell different stories about Jesus, and historical documents that could undermine fundamental church teachings. Some claim these include the complete, unedited accounts of the Gnostic Christians, groups that were declared heretical in the early centuries of the Church, but whose writings might contain profound spiritual insights that were suppressed rather than destroyed. The implications of such a collection would be staggering. Imagine if there were documents proving that Jesus was married, had children, or taught radically different messages than what made it into the official Bible. Consider the possibility of texts that detail advanced spiritual practices, lost healing methods, or even scientific knowledge from early Christian communities. Some researchers suggest that the early church wasn't just spreading religious doctrine, but also preserving and protecting ancient wisdom from Egyptian, Greek, and Roman sources that might otherwise have been lost during the fall of the Western Roman Empire. But the hidden library theory goes even deeper than suppressed Christian texts. Some accounts describe sections dedicated to pre-Christian knowledge, scrolls and tablets recovered from ancient civilizations that possessed knowledge far beyond what we think they should have had. There are whispered stories of Egyptian texts that describe advanced architectural techniques, explaining how the pyramids were really built. Babylonian astronomical charts that show knowledge of celestial bodies not officially discovered until modern times. Greek philosophical works that were thought completely lost, containing insights into mathematics, medicine, and natural philosophy that could advance our understanding by centuries. One particularly intriguing rumor involves what some call the Technology Archive. According to this theory, the Vatican has collected evidence of advanced ancient technologies that don't fit our current understanding of historical progression. These might include descriptions of flight, advanced metallurgy, optical instruments, or even energy sources that were known to ancient civilizations, but lost during various historical catastrophes. Some claim there are detailed plans for machines and devices described in ancient texts, but dismissed by mainstream archaeology as mythology or primitive misunderstandings of natural phenomena. The source of these rumors often traces back to Vatican employees who claim to have seen things they weren't supposed to see. Maintenance workers describe finding sealed passages behind false walls. Archivists speak of being denied access to certain catalog numbers that officially don't exist. Even some clergy members have privately shared stories of being warned away from certain areas, or told that some knowledge is meant to remain hidden until humanity is ready for it. These accounts are impossible to verify, of course, but they persist with remarkable consistency across different time periods and sources. One of the most detailed accounts comes from a former Vatican librarian who worked in the archives during the 1970s. According to his story, shared only after his retirement and speaking on condition of anonymity, he was once asked to retrieve a specific document from what he thought was a standard restricted section. Following the directions he'd been given, he found himself in a part of the archives he'd never seen before, accessed through a passage hidden behind a bookshelf that moved when a particular sequence of books was pulled. The corridor beyond was older than anything else he'd seen in the Vatican, with walls that appeared to be carved directly from rock rather than constructed with blocks or bricks. According to his account, he found himself in a circular chamber with shelves that extended from floor to ceiling, filled with texts in languages he couldn't identify and bound in materials he'd never seen before. Some appeared to be made from metal sheets with inscriptions that seemed to shimmer in the lamplight. Others looked like stone tablets but were impossibly light when he tried to lift them. The most unsettling part of his story involves what he describes as a section containing objects that didn't look like any books or scrolls he'd ever seen. Crystalline structures that seemed to contain information somehow encoded within them, and devices that looked more like intricate machines than storage media. He claims he was discovered there by Vatican security and escorted out, after which he was transferred to a different department and never allowed back into the restricted archives. His story might be complete fiction, the fantasies of an aging librarian looking for attention, but it echoes elements found in other accounts spanning decades. The consistent details about passages hidden behind false walls, chambers carved from bedrock, and collections that don't match any known historical artifacts suggest either a remarkably persistent urban legend or glimpses of something very real. Another source of speculation comes from the Vatican's own history of acquiring and collecting manuscripts from around the world. Throughout history, the Church has actively sought out and obtained texts from conquered territories, dissolved monasteries, and private collections. Many of these acquisition campaigns were official and well documented, but others were more secretive. Some historians point to evidence that Vatican agents were sent to locations where significant archaeological discoveries were being made, ostensibly to provide spiritual guidance to Catholic archaeologists, but possibly also to acquire anything that might have religious significance. The pattern becomes particularly interesting when you examine locations where major historical discoveries were made. In many cases, Vatican representatives arrived surprisingly quickly after significant finds were announced. Sometimes entire collections would be acquired by the Church, with only portions ever being made available to secular researchers. This has led some to speculate that the Vatican has been systematically collecting artifacts and documents that could challenge or expand our understanding of religious history, not necessarily to suppress them, but to study them privately before deciding what should be shared with the world. One of the most intriguing aspects of the hidden library theory involves the possibility that it contains texts that could revolutionize our understanding of early human history. Some researchers suggest that the library might house documents describing advanced ancient civilization that existed before recorded history began. These could include detailed accounts of the builders of sites like Göbekli Tepe, explanations for the construction techniques used at Baalbek, or even descriptions of the civilization that might have created accurate maps of Antarctica when it was ice-free. The Vatican's position as a repository of knowledge from around the world makes it a logical place for such materials to end up. Throughout history, when civilizations fell or were conquered, their libraries and archives were often scattered or destroyed. The Church, with its network of monasteries and scholars, was one of the few institutions with both the motivation and the resources to preserve such materials. It's entirely possible that texts describing advanced ancient knowledge found their way into church collections, where they've remained hidden not out of malice, but simply because their significance wasn't recognized or because they were too far outside accepted historical narratives to be taken seriously. Some theorists suggest that the hidden library might contain the complete works of ancient libraries that were thought to have been destroyed. The Library of Alexandria, for example, wasn't destroyed in a single catastrophic event as popular culture suggests, but declined over several centuries as materials were removed, copied, or relocated. It's possible that some of these materials found their way into church collections, where they've remained preserved but hidden. Similarly, when the Roman Empire fell, many libraries and archives were abandoned or destroyed, but some materials might have been rescued and preserved by church scholars who recognized their value. The technological implications of such a collection could be profound. Ancient texts often contain descriptions of processes and techniques that modern science is only beginning to understand or rediscover. If the hidden library contains detailed technical manuals from advanced ancient civilizations, it could provide insights into sustainable energy, advanced materials, medical techniques, or construction methods that could revolutionize modern technology. The Church, recognizing the potential for both benefit and misuse, might be waiting for the right time to reveal such knowledge, or studying it privately to determine how it could be safely integrated into modern understanding. But perhaps the most tantalizing possibility is that the hidden library contains information about humanity's true origins and potential. Some accounts describe texts that detail the spiritual and mental capabilities of ancient humans, suggesting that our ancestors possessed abilities that we've lost or forgotten. These might include advanced forms of consciousness, healing techniques, or methods of communication that transcend normal human limitations. If such knowledge exists and is being preserved by the Vatican, it could represent a treasure trove of human potential waiting to be rediscovered. The security around such a collection would necessarily be extraordinary. If the hidden library exists, it would require protection not just from theft or damage, but from premature revelation of information that could destabilize religious beliefs, scientific paradigms, or social structures. The Vatican would need to maintain absolute secrecy while also ensuring that the knowledge is preserved and potentially studied by trusted scholars. This might explain the persistent rumors about areas of the Vatican that are off-limits even to high-ranking church officials, and the existence of security measures that go far beyond what would be needed to protect ordinary historical documents. Some researchers have attempted to map the underground areas beneath the Vatican using ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive techniques, but these studies are necessarily limited and haven't provided definitive evidence of hidden chambers. The Vatican's own architectural records show that there are indeed sealed areas beneath the basilica, but these are officially explained as structural elements, filled spaces, or areas that were deliberately sealed for safety reasons. Without direct access, it's impossible to determine whether these spaces contain anything more significant than rubble and abandoned construction materials. The Vatican's recent moves toward greater transparency have led some to hope that hidden collections might eventually be revealed. In recent years, the Church has opened previously secret archives to researchers and has been more forthcoming about controversial aspects of Church history. Some interpret this as preparation for eventually revealing more significant secrets, while others see it as evidence that there are no dramatic hidden collections to begin with. If the Church had truly earth-shattering secrets, they argue, would they risk drawing attention to their archives by opening them to outside researchers? But others point out that partial transparency might actually be the perfect cover for maintaining truly significant secrets. By allowing researchers access to previously classified but ultimately non-revolutionary materials, the Vatican demonstrates openness while ensuring that attention is focused on materials that, while historically interesting, don't fundamentally challenge established narratives. The most sensitive materials could remain hidden in areas that researchers don't even know exist, protected by the assumption that the Vatican has already revealed its most significant secrets. The hidden library remains one of the most persistent and intriguing modern mysteries, a secret that may or may not exist, but captures something fundamental about our relationship with hidden knowledge and institutional power. Whether it's real or simply a compelling urban legend, the idea that such a collection could exist speaks to our deep-seated belief that there are truths about our world and our history that remain hidden, waiting for the right time or the right circumstances to be revealed. And if it does exist, if somewhere beneath the marble and gold of St. Peter's Basilica, there really are chambers filled with forbidden knowledge and revolutionary texts, then the implications for our understanding of history, spirituality, and human potential could be more profound than we can possibly imagine. History is full of secrets, some sealed in ancient tombs, some erased from the record, and others hidden in the heart of institutions like the Vatican, guarded for centuries. The mysteries we've explored today are just a glimpse into the strange, the unexplained, and the carefully concealed stories that continue to raise more questions than answers. And the deeper we search, the more the silence begins to speak. If you enjoyed this journey into the unknown, make sure to subscribe and check out our other videos for more mysteries still waiting to be uncovered. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time.